Despite the ongoing war, Einstein was able to commence new research in a concerted manner in Berlin from 1915 onwards as the initial shock of the outbreak of the war lessened. However, it was not until 1917 that the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was finally established in Berlin with Einstein as its first director. Funding and administrative delays brought by the war effort had delayed its inception. He would serve as head of the institute for the next 16 years. Meanwhile, in 1916, he was admitted as a member of the German Physical Society, which had been established in 1845, and is the world's oldest major academic body of physicists. Foreign honours would also follow in the years ahead, including membership of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1920, and admittance as a foreign member in 1921 to the Royal Society, arguably the world's most prestigious scientific society and one which dated back to 1660 when it was founded in London. Such honours aside, Einstein continued to break new ground in his research in the mid-1910s. For instance, in 1916, he hypothesized the existence of gravitational waves, which are effectively ripples in the curvature of space-time. These could not be detected using the instrumentation available in the early 20th century, but in 2016, a century after Einstein predicted their existence, they were finally confirmed by American scientists. He was also beginning to theorize the existence of what we now know to be black holes, points in space where gravity is so strong that neither light nor particles can effectively escape from them, and which distort space and time. As with so much else, his work on black holes was pioneering and paved the way for many of his successors to produce detailed accounts of the building blocks of the universe later in the 20th century. He could, however, be mistaken too. In 1917, he began working on what he termed the cosmological constant, a theory which supposed the existence of a static universe. Many years later, when the American astronomer Edwin Hubble discovered the recession of nebulae in the universe, Einstein realized his earlier theory of the cosmological constant was incorrect and referred to it as his, quote, biggest blunder throughout his career. His other great research project of the war years, though, was far from a blunder. Einstein had been working on the concept of relativity for over a decade, and special relativity was the subject of one of his acclaimed papers of 1905. Yet it was not until the mid-1910s that he began finalizing his research on the subject of general relativity. The general theory of relativity outlined the geometric theory of gravitation. This moved far beyond Newtonian ideas concerning gravity to explain gravitational pull and the full complexity of geometric gravity as it applies to the universe and not just individual planets. There is an ongoing debate as to who actually arrived at the general theory of relativity first, as his contemporary, the German mathematician David Hilbert, essentially arrived at nearly identical conclusions as Einstein did in the mid-1910s. As with Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace, who both broadly developed the theory of natural selection at the same time in the mid-19th century, both Einstein and Hilbert were in communication with each other, and Einstein had visited the University of Göttingen, where Hilbert was working in 1915, to present lectures on his own findings. What seems relatively clear is that Einstein and Hilbert influenced each other sufficiently that they both arrived at the same conclusions concerning general relativity within days of each other in the winter of 1915. In late 1918, Europe and the wider world began to emerge from the grip of the First World War, although in some countries such as Russia, Hungary, Turkey, and Ireland, the end of the war saw the commencement of bitter civil wars, which eclipsed anything that those countries had seen during the war itself. Yet, with the resumption of some form of normal life, academic discourse resumed fully, and research began to be disseminated widely again. Thus, Einstein and Hilbert's work on the general theory of relativity reached a wider audience within the community of Europe and America's physicists. As it did, there was an increasing appreciation of how groundbreaking their studies were. Then, in the summer of 1919, the theory was confirmed as being accurate by Sir Arthur Eddington, an English astronomer and mathematician during a solar eclipse. This time, the popular newspapers picked up the story, proclaiming that Einstein's theory had overthrown the model of the universe developed by Isaac Newton nearly 250 years earlier. Given all of this, it is perhaps unsurprising that in 1921, the Nobel Foundation in Stockholm decided to award Einstein the Nobel Prize for Physics. They specifically cited his work in discovering the photoelectric effect in his paper from 1905 in the award designation. But it could just as easily have been awarded for a wide range of research findings over the previous 15 or so years. Receipt of the Nobel Prize in 1921 and the opening up of the world during the boom time years of the 1920s after years of war and social discord saw Einstein and Elsa, whom he had just recently married, decide to travel internationally. In early April 1921, they sailed into New York City, where the couple were greeted by the mayor, John Francis Hylan, and a delegation of some of the most senior members of the city's Jewish community. Weeks of lectures and receptions followed, notably at Columbia University in New York and Princeton University in New Jersey. Later that month, Einstein met President Warren Harding in the White House. Afterwards, they left for a Pacific voyage to the Empire of Japan, and then onwards to Singapore and India before reaching the Middle East. There, Einstein visited Palestine, which had become subject to a British mandate following the end of the First World War, and where the Jewish Zionist movement was attempting to establish a new state for the world's Jews after centuries of being scattered around the globe. Afterwards, he returned to Germany, but the 1921 to 1922 trip was the beginning of a pattern of significant trips to different parts of the world. For instance, in 1925, he visited South America, spending weeks in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, countries which were booming economically and socially in the early 20th century, and where Einstein was revered within the academic community. In the mid-1920s, Einstein became involved in a scientific debate which was widely reported on at the time. This was between himself and Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist who had won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1922, 12 months after Einstein had been awarded the same honor. A dispute had been building between Einstein and Bohr throughout the mid-1920s over their differing interpretations of quantum theory. Much of this centered on Bohr's refusal to believe that photons, which Einstein had first theorized the existence of in 1905, were real. He did not accept that they did exist until 1925.
And it's going to do whatever it wants to do. It's going to have to agree with you, and it's going to leave you in the dust.
Debates were held in London and elsewhere between 1922 and 1925, that culminated in a famous academic disputation in 1927 at the 5th Solvay Conference at the International Solvay Institutes of Physics and Chemistry in Brussels. Here, Bohr and Einstein continued their debate, with both figures arguing points which eventually proved to be accurate. However, beyond the theoretical arguments, the conference is noteworthy for the number of the world's most accomplished physicists it drew together. 17 of the 29 attendees had already or later received Nobel Prize awards, while Einstein and Bohr were joined by figures including Marie Curie, Werner Heisenberg, and Erwin Schrödinger. It points to the sheer level of brilliance of the scientific community in the interwar period. The late 1920s also saw Einstein reconceptualizing his own theories of the universe. This was in response to the discovery by the American astronomer Edwin Hubble of the recession of the nebulae, or what is now termed Hubble's law. This states that galaxies are moving away from Earth at speeds which are proportionate to the distance they are from the Milky Way. These speeds are always faster, meaning that the further a cosmic body is from the Earth, the faster it will move away from the Earth. These findings, which were made public in 1929, required Einstein to abandon his current theory of the universe at that time, which was known as the cosmological constant, which supposed that the universe was largely static in the way that it expanded. That is, that the cosmos had been expanding since the Big Bang. at a relatively constant speed. Hubble's discoveries forced Einstein to re-evaluate his hypothesis, as it was now clear that the universe was expanding at an ever greater speed. Hubble's discovery was also partly responsible for Einstein's decision to embark on a new journey to the United States in December 1930. He wanted to meet Hubble and thank him for his research, which he duly did in 1931. However, the trip is generally more remembered for Einstein's visit to California, where the ostensible purpose of the voyage was to take up a 2-month visiting fellowship at the California Institute of Technology, better known as Caltech today. During this sojourn, Einstein ominously noted that science had as much and perhaps a greater capacity to do harm than to do good within human society, a reference no doubt to the increasing use of technology in warfare, an issue the pacifist Einstein found abhorrent. This same aversion to the growing militarism of the 1930s led Einstein to have an affinity with the novelist Upton Sinclair and the actor Charlie Chaplin, both of whom he met in Los Angeles during his visit, and who were both publicly affirmed pacifists themselves. Einstein's growing friendship with Chaplin led him to attend the premiere of his new film, City Lights, a silent film which was significant in establishing the romantic comedy genre in American movies. When Albert and Elsa Einstein entered the cinema with Chaplin, Einstein was cheered with the same regard a Hollywood icon could obtain. It was also the beginnings of a long friendship with Chaplin, which saw the actor visit Einstein's Berlin apartment shortly afterwards, and Einstein renewed their acquaintance when he himself returned again to America, early in 1933. While Einstein had been holding his positions in Germany and traveling widely in the 1920s and early 1930s, as his fame and accomplishments increased, the political environment back in his native Germany was changing for the worse. Germany had been mired in political chaos in the aftermath of the First World War, but from 1923 onwards had entered into a period of pronounced prosperity and instability. That was shattered late in 1929, when the stock markets on Wall Street in New York City crashed and a massive economic depression set in across the developed world. In Germany, as millions lost their jobs and their economic security, a huge proportion of the population turned in national elections to the rabidly anti-Semitic National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazis, under their leader Adolf Hitler. In Reichstag elections in 1932, they became the largest political party in Germany, and in the first months of 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of the country. Within weeks, the party effectively turned Germany into a one-party fascist state. This was extremely ominous for the country's Jewish population and individuals like Einstein. In the United States, he decided not to return to Germany, and instead the Einsteins settled in America after a brief visit to Antwerp in Belgium, where Albert handed his German passport into the German embassy and renounced his citizenship. In Berlin, the Nazis had already searched his apartment twice on account of his Jewish heritage, and over the next year or so, Jewish academics such as himself were forced out of their positions across Germany. In the United States, following his decision to seek permanent residence there in 1933, Einstein quickly acquired a position at the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton University in New Jersey. It was the institution which he would spend the longest portion of his career at, and, barring a directorship at Brandeis University in Massachusetts in the mid-1940s, Einstein was primarily associated with Princeton for the remainder of his life. In the mid to late 1930s, Einstein undertook some further notable work here on the east coast of America. A particularly significant engagement resulted from collaboration with Nathan Rosen, a Jewish-American physicist. Together, Einstein and Rosen produced a model of what a wormhole might look like. Wormholes are theoretical structures which might connect disparate points in space-time together. At the time that Einstein and Rosen produced their theoretical wormhole bridge, they were a relatively novel concept, but they have latterly come to form a fundamental aspect of theoretical writings on space travel. In due course, they became a mainstay of science fiction writing from the middle of the 20th century onwards. While Einstein was teaching in the United States in the 1930s, developments were occurring back in his homeland of Germany, which would soon have global implications. Following their initial rise to power in 1933, the Nazis had made clear their intent to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end. In the mid-1930s, they began rearming Germany, recruiting hundreds of thousands of soldiers into the military and building thousands of tanks, fighter planes, and bombers. Then, beginning in the spring of 1938, the Nazis used diplomatic coercion to annex Austria into a Greater Germany and to seize territory from its other neighbors such as Czechoslovakia and Lithuania. When Hitler then invaded Poland in September 1939, Britain and France determined that they could no longer appease the Nazis and declared war on Germany. In the immediate term, the government of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt did not have public support for American involvement in what was deemed within the US to be a European war, which it should not involve itself in. However, when Germany's ally, the Empire of Japan, attacked the US Pacific Fleet at rest in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in December 1941, the United States also entered the Second World War. More than any war in human history, it was one which would be shaped by scientific innovation. Despite his pacifism, Einstein was soon involved in correspondence with the US government concerning the growing conflict. Indeed, this had commenced weeks before the war erupted in Europe. Early in 1939, European physicists had discovered nuclear fission using uranium. With this discovery, the theoretical possibility of developing a nuclear bomb of some kind moved ever closer. A number of European physicists, foremost amongst which was the Hungarian Leo Szilard, realized exactly how possible it now was that a dedicated research team could develop a nuclear warhead. This deeply worried many European scientists, as many of the continent's leading physicists worked in Germany and could be co-opted into helping the Nazis develop a nuclear weapon, one which Hitler and his accomplices would have little compunctions about using as a conventional weapon of war, despite its absolutely cataclysmic capacity for the loss of human life. Consequently, Szilard and two fellow Hungarian physicists, Edward Teller and Eugene Wigner, composed a letter to the US government warning of the risks of the Nazis developing a nuclear weapon before any other state. They sent this to America, where Einstein appended his signature to it before it was sent to the administration of President Roosevelt. What has become known as the Einstein-Szilard letter was influential in the months that followed in the US initiating its own program to develop a nuclear weapon. The Manhattan Project, the US government's program to develop a nuclear weapon, was initiated on a piecemeal basis late in 1939, just weeks after the receipt of the Einstein-Szilard letter. This ran enormously against Einstein's own pacifist inclinations, though the possibility of the Nazis acquiring such a weapon before the US had forced him into warning the government of the dangers of this occurring. This aside, he viewed war of any kind as a disease which should be resisted by all of civil society in the modern world. Accordingly, he did not play a role in the Manhattan Project itself. Rather, it was led by Robert Oppenheimer, an American theoretical physicist. Though its activities were limited between 1939 and 1941, once the United States entered the war in December 1941, funding and resources increased enormously, particularly so as it became increasingly apparent that the Nazis were, in fact, trying to develop superweapons, such as a nuclear bomb, at various installations in Europe, notably in Norway, where what is known as heavy water was being produced, a form of hydrogen with different nuclear properties which could conceivably be used to manufacture a nuclear weapon. The research here, though, was slow and was scuppered on numerous occasions by sabotage missions launched by British Special Forces and Free Norwegian fighters. By that time, the Manhattan Project was employing upwards of 130,000 people in the United States, and a nuclear reactor had been demonstrated in Chicago as early as 1942. Eventually, in mid-July 1945, the world's first nuclear device was detonated in the desert of New Mexico. By the time the first nuclear weapon was detonated, the Second World War had already been over in Europe for several weeks. However, Because of the agreed Allied policy of leaving the conclusion of the war in the Pacific against the Empire of Japan until after Nazi Germany had been defeated, the conflict was still raging there by the summer of 1945. Accordingly, the administration of President Harry Truman quickly decided to use the new weapon against Japan in the belief that doing so would ultimately save over 1 million lives if it forced Japan to surrender quickly. Thus, on the 6th of August 1945, the first nuclear weapon used in warfare was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, killing upwards of 75,000 people on the first day, and a further 60,000 or so in the months that followed from radiation sickness. 3 days later, a second nuclear device of a slightly different kind was dropped on the city of Nagasaki, killing upwards of 18,000 people across the initial destruction zone, and as a result of the after effects, Japan did quickly surrender. But Einstein was appalled by the ferocity of the attacks and the fallout from them. Shortly after the bombings, he declared that the time has come now when man must give up war. It is no longer rational to solve international problems by resorting to war. He subsequently expressed his regret that his research on the molecular structure of the world and the concept of mass energy and equivalence, which he had first published in 1905, had contributed towards the development of nuclear weapons. The post-war years saw Einstein continue to research and publish, though by then he was nearing his 70s and the pressures of his public profile and some health concerns restricted how much he could accomplish. Nevertheless, at Princeton in the late 1940s, he developed what he referred to as his unified field theory, findings which he published in Scientific American in 1950 as On the Generalized Theory of Gravitation. This unified field theory sought to develop a single, unified theoretical framework which could be used to understand the fundamental forces of nature and the universe. Efforts had been undertaken by many physicists throughout the first half of the 20th century to develop such a unified theory, but none had met with acceptance across the academic community. Einstein's theory attempted to incorporate elements of his work on general relativity, electromagnetism, and gravity, and proposed a single origin for the entire set of physical laws, one which could unify forces such as gravitation, electromagnetic forces, and even the curvature of space-time, with which much of Einstein's work in the 1930s had been concerned. Ultimately, his work and that of others in developing such a unified theory were unsuccessful, but his research in this respect is nevertheless regarded as being consequential in the further development of differential geometry, a study of the geometry of smooth shapes and surfaces, particularly as they apply to space. The years following the end of the Second World War in America also saw Einstein acquire a form of celebrity within mainstream society, which was largely unprecedented for a theoretical physicist. In many ways, this went back all the way to the early 1920s and Einstein's first arrival in New York City. His theory of relativity had just been confirmed by other scientists, changing our fundamental understanding of the universe, while Einstein was the recipient of the Nobel Prize. The New York Times had run a story in December 1919 proclaiming that Einstein had, quote, destroyed space and time through his research findings. Here was the most fundamental overhaul of human thought since Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection a half a century earlier. But Einstein's work was greeted with applause, whereas Darwin's had been viewed as sacrilegious. His associations with figures like Charlie Chaplin in Hollywood and his increasingly iconic physical appearance all made him a more identifiable figure in the years that followed. Most tellingly, by the 1940s, it was becoming apparent how Einstein's revolutionary ideas were changing society and the world in practical ways, not just from the perspective of theoretical physics. As all of this occurred, he became a figure as fated within American society as Stephen Hawking later would be in the second half of the 20th century, or figures like James Lovelock and Richard Dawkins in the early 21st century. By the time his working life came to an end, Einstein's written and published output was enormous. Though it may seem unusual to many, Einstein's primary academic output was in the shape of papers in academic journals, of which there were nearly 300 over a span of 55 years, rather than books. This was and remains the primary means of communicating research for academics working in the hard sciences. Such books as Einstein authored, of which there were over a dozen, were generally reproductions of work he had already published as academic papers, the idea being to tie together his existing work on general relativity and other topics, or to try to make the material more accessible to a general audience. Some of these were used as advanced undergraduate and postgraduate textbooks for students of theoretical physics for years to come in universities. Additionally, translations were made into multiple languages, ensuring that Einstein's work was accessible in dozens of countries by the middle of the 20th century. Beyond this academic output, Einstein was a voracious correspondent, and at the Albert Einstein Archives at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, there are over 3,500 pages of his private correspondence dating from 1912 to 1955. He also wrote widely on various political, philosophical, religious, and humanitarian issues. Unsurprisingly, collected editions of Einstein's work, correspondence, and other writings, such as those published since the late 1980s by the Academic Press of Princeton University, the university where Albert spent nearly all of his career in the United States, have stretched into dozens of lengthy volumes. The individual who produced this enormous body of work was, despite his brilliance and celebrity, a resoundingly modest individual. He once proclaimed of himself, quote, "I have no special talents. I am only passionately curious." He never acquired the trappings of wealth or fame, and indeed visitors to his home in Berlin in the 1920s or America in the post-1933 period were generally struck by the modesty of the abode, where the most lavish adornment was usually a piano so that Einstein could play the classical music he loved. His family life, it must be admitted, was difficult. His two biological sons went to live with their mother after she and Albert separated in 1914, and thereafter their relationship was somewhat distant. Hans later immigrated to the United States in 1938, where they reconnected. But Edward remained in Europe, and despite maintaining a correspondence with his father, never saw him again after Albert left for America in the early 1930s. Edward later developed psychiatric problems and was institutionalized in Zurich. Albert's marriage to Elsa was also strained long before her death in New Jersey in 1936, and it has been widely speculated that Einstein retreated into his scientific inquiries at times as a substitute for his own weaknesses when it came to emotional relationships. Politically, he was humane, holding a lifelong aversion to violence and war. He deeply admired Mahatma Gandhi and his non-violent opposition to British rule in India, and the two became correspondents. Over time, his political views moved towards a criticism of capitalism and advocacy of socialism, while he also wrote on numerous occasions about the desire for a system of global government and an end to competition between nation-states. He held positive views of the United States, deeming the country to be a meritocracy, but the FBI had developed a dossier on him before he ever fully relocated to America from Europe, and by the mid-1950s it ran to over 1,400 pages, a not wholly unusual development for a former German and an academic in post-war America. An intrinsic part of Einstein's character was his Jewish heritage, though he himself was a professed agnostic and viewed the Bible as a collection of primitive legends. His Jewish heritage also shaped his life from the 1930s onwards, as it saw him relocate to the United States in the face of the Nazi threat. Einstein also became noted in his later years for his support for Zionism and the State of Israel. He had visited Palestine back in the 1920s when it was being governed as a British mandate in the aftermath of the First World War. At that time, hundreds of thousands of Jews were already living in or migrating to the region, with the goal of reforming a Jewish state after nearly 2,000 years of being dispersed around the world. In 1925, Einstein agreed to be listed amongst the first Board of Governors of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem when it was established that year. Then, in the aftermath of the Second World War, hundreds of thousands of Europe's Jews who had survived the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis during the Second World War headed for the Holy Land. When the British mandate there expired in March 1948, the Jewish people declared a new state of Israel for the Jewish people in the Levant. In 1952, Einstein was offered the ceremonial position of president of the country, though he declined on account of his age and inability to leave the United States at that stage. Einstein remained supportive of the Zionist movement until his death, but one wonders what the pacifist in him would have made of the Israeli state as it descended into interminable warfare with its Muslim neighbors from the Suez Crisis of 1956 onwards. By the time Israel entered into the Suez Crisis, or the Second Arab-Israeli War against its southern neighbor Egypt in 1956, Einstein had died. Shortly after the end of the Second World War, he had begun to suffer from an abdominal aortic aneurysm, an enlargement of the abdominal aorta, the largest artery in the abdomen. It can become blocked, much like any other part of the circulatory system, owing to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and smoking. Einstein had the issue operated on successfully in 1948 by reinforcing the aorta wall, but despite improving his lifestyle, including adopting a vegetarian diet, the problem resurfaced again early in 1955 when the aorta ruptured, causing internal bleeding. He was admitted to hospital on the 17th of April, but refused emergency surgery to try to intervene to stop the bleeding, proclaiming philosophically that it was best to meet death with dignity when one's time had come. He died the following day, on the 18th of April 1955, at 76 years of age. The surgeon who carried out his autopsy afterwards removed Einstein's brain for scientific study, though this was done without the permission of his family. It was subsequently dissected, and the remains of it are today found in the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Washington, D.C., while some sections were put on display in the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia in 2013. It has been suggested that the abnormal number of glial cells in his brain might account for Einstein's inordinate aptitude for mathematical equations. His body was cremated shortly after his death in New Jersey, and his ashes were modestly scattered at an undisclosed location. Albert Einstein was one of the most influential thinkers in the history of science. So significant were his findings in his research over a span of half a century that his surname has become synonymous with elevated intelligence. Perhaps what is most unusual about this is that it all sprang from relatively humble beginnings. In the 1890s, he was effectively an international nomad when he was still a teenager and young man, moving between his native Germany, Italy, and Switzerland as his parents tried to balance their financial and business situation with their awareness of their son's precocious abilities as a mathematician and physicist. His time at the Polytechnic School in Zurich provided some stability, but Central Europe's universities saw fit not to hire him when he completed his initial studies there, and instead he spent several years working in the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. It was here, while evaluating inventions during the day and starting a young family, that he began working on some of the most significant research in the field of physics ever undertaken. The result, in the Annus Mirabilis of 1905, were 4 groundbreaking studies which revolutionized humanity's understanding of the nature of the universe, at once revealing the existence of photons and the nuclear and atomic building blocks of existence. 1905 changed everything. In the years that followed, Einstein was promoted year on year to ever more significant academic positions, until he eventually reached the peak of European academia in Berlin, just as the First World War broke out. In the midst of that calamitous conflict, he developed the general theory of relativity. In 1921, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his work, though more accolades followed in the decades ahead. What is perhaps most notable about Einstein's career, however, from the 1920s onwards, is the public profile he developed. Visits to the United States, South America, across Europe, and the Middle East allowed him to advocate on behalf of a number of causes. The most significant was his ringing of the alarm bells about the threat posed by Nazi Germany from 1933 onwards. Indeed, he immediately renounced his German citizenship when Hitler seized power and moved to the United States. There, he continued to note the dangers posed by the possibility of the Nazis acquiring a nuclear weapon. However, it was a double-edged sword for Einstein, the pacifist, for the cost of seeing Nazi Germany defeated in the nuclear race was seeing the US drop its own atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. In the aftermath of the war, he used his position to advocate on behalf of a state for the Jewish people in the Middle East following the Holocaust. When he died in 1955, he was the most acclaimed scientist in the world, one who ultimately influenced the entire fields of physics, mathematics, and cosmology in the modern era. The history of the 20th century might well have been significantly different had it not been for Einstein. What do you think of Albert Einstein? Was he the most revolutionary intellectual in modern history? And what might explain his inordinate intellect? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
here, I don't know if this is like yet, people there, maybe a lot of you, the women here speak Hebrew. So the incredible Billy Brafman is giving a shir to our women tonight at 9:30.
Sure, it's up a couple.
So link somewhere, go around, check it out. It's unbelievable. You understand Hebrew, it's really to die. And from the politics and sound information, check this out. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco treats here. It's terrible. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco trip this year. I'm sitting in Manhattan overlooking the busiest bridge in the world, learning the knot by myself and not feeling alone. Many outwardly successful people spend their lives searching for a deeper purpose, the opportunity to build themselves that cause greater than themselves, and to genuinely impact the lives of others for the better. I dare say that we have found that in NBY. Best, Naftali Palchuk, the Palchuk family of Asia, the Shirkoya. Let's jump into it. We're the sponsor of Shia Spear of London, UK. Welcome home, Rebellion Stefanski from Morocco. Poor money secure. Now let the party begin. Spears Oimer, the first time more vision speaker. We push his more of his rope and lay us in the first lema. Maybe we bring the first thing on. I should really say Spears Oimer. I don't want that guy. I could have just the first, almost on the last day. Hayoi, Shmoima, Barban, Yoi, Shisha Shabuas, Shisha Yobib, Boimer. It's Rebelli's fault because he forgot to say it in share. Serious over my anonymous for the merit of before starting the hero, the group of Sarabats kind of the Recepta Zeb and Yal Shoroff, the Peric Benedict family, Daf Hoff, Kobe and Eti Moses, Zeb Nishmas Fruit Bax from Rom Yaakov El Shalom, Shulman, Dalit Sima, Yashin Samachez, the Sheer Recepta sponsored by David Salah, dedicated memory of Abu Murray, Small, Fall, Better Country, Good, All Rock. The Palchuk Family Foundation granted the consortium and alliance and all the youth sport MPY. Anonymous and some rookies of Gajris and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous and Blue Force Name Arabic Discovery to Leva Sester. The young Danielle Roosevelt, Rios Simco. I'm thinking here, this is the cheetah man. What happened? Nothing but water. Two people were on target for getting the hardest thing to see is not a kill. A catch, a chase. The ending of the Neshama of this and because we didn't see one part and we were on the way to the airport and we were driving for 2 hours, you haven't seen a single animal, not even a giraffe, not an elephant garbage. Somebody said that if he sees a kill, he's going to give a certain amount of money to be wise. The next guy I think how much money total was raised in the Jeep? $12,000. And a few minutes later, we saw one of the best cases killed possible cheetah chasing down the cell right in front of all our Jeeps. It means that every single person on the Jeep got this spot, which was extremely rare because we never had all the Jeeps together. And the chase happening was in a circle. Kept on happening right in front of us. They didn't go far away from us. It was in front of us, over and over. And then by the Jeep itself, there was higher grass. It wasn't that gory. Today, in this trip, we had something that we weren't allowed to speak on. Everybody cried there. We didn't know where we were here. We didn't know that it's going to be your yard set the day that we're supposed to go to the game. So which is a bigger, yeah. It's true. People, it's usually when you have a trip like this, there's going to be the naysayers or the people that feel like, wow, why this trip allows us not to do a charity fundraiser, which is one of the reasons we do it, because our friendship, they support and and they help, and otherwise you have to go through the whole process of charity, and you know what it is. Some people like it. Some people say it's a good thing, and I hear this. Even I'm from some of them say we should still do charity. And everybody should feel part of it. But anyway, I want to point out that everybody that came on the trip paid their own way. They did not pay for anybody to come. It's an appreciation for the trip together, and we give it at cost, and it's a very cheap trip for anybody that pays, but they won't pay. Because I had to read some people emails, oh, you're taking our money, and if yes, it's not the end of the world. But, Dragonist, you know, I'm straight on the dock review. Next time you're in the shop, is going to give you that opportunity to give and give and give, and we'll take you also on the trip. The way it works is, if you donate $30,000 from BY, then you can pay $6,000 to come on the trip, like $10,000 to come. That's how it works. Those are the numbers. All right. Something tomorrow. Anonymous. No, I'm still on the anonymous. I said we're developers were owned by. Yeah, but hold on, let me just finish this. Anonymous, with clear reports claiming that Rico Self-Beleva says to be young Danielle Roosevelt, who is the Simfire son, claiming as a monthly sponsor for some of the Larry Barton material. Maybe the truth. I'm not joking. The young Danielle Roosevelt, the rest of the chef, Spanish Chef sponsors, wishing the NY family a good luck to the High Sabat. Thank you. I love this. Sponsorship. You're showing there. Hold on. Muslim Diablo Shriver continuing Recepta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. Oh, he wrote me a beautiful email. Okay, hopefully we'll be in there tomorrow. You're showing there. Maybe it was a beautiful email. However, Lunes na sami Mary Jaime Brown Bedolfo, Bernardo Bolivita, Gabi, the D1 James Lucas, Miguel Transport Tour, Aljavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. The Yale Foundation team, the merit of Uri and Yale, Aljavich, and their children Benjamin and Mac, Anonymous, the merit of Shidduch for son of Goldbach, Rivka, my good friend, and he got us the naming of the building. You see the name MDY? Louis Poland, and Shidduch is his youngest daughter. Shira is engaged, and we're really got to Masco. What's labeled for? From Shia Ben Sonic Gordon, look at Ben Judas. Show me the people Stavsky, not from Ben Nelson Stavsky, is keep your side. You'll see them. The Malone family, the Zikr Ishmael, from one of my boss, Ben Rom Yosef, Bukin, who at the age of 80 received smicha. At the age of 80, he received smicha, Rabbi Isaac. By Mati Steringi, Mazel Tov to Yehuda Steringi, MBY graduate. Remember, he used to come every day? No way! He's his daughter. And Ariella Barcayon, their engagement. Wow. That's not a shame. Yeah, there's a lot of my persons like that they want. Ezra Abrams, in honor of my Shas-anniversary. Ezra Abrams, where's Zillow? Thank you, Rebellion, for the past 2,711 days since welcome God morning. Remember Ezra Abrams, who came over there in the building over there? This hill all the way from Australia. I want to say something like that. Oh, Torrego Rebellion, Mazel Tov, what a big simple 2,100. Oh, look at the white. Wow. You know, but y'all see, stand up a second. Tell me what you got from here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to eat it today. I know. What's that stuff? Cheese chocolate vodka. This is Loyeg LaRoche. If the other was going to eat it now in front of me, it's going to be a very, very big thing. Very, very bad thing. All right, let's go. Go ahead. Eat. Enjoy yourselves. Go. I lost 10 pounds. I don't intend on getting it back right now. Go ahead. You slicing it up? Yeah, it's a satellite location. It is. What's going on here? What's going on? Schwartz? bar park. HYK Ventures, our boy Simon gotta go. Well, coming up sponsors the month, HYK Ventures is supposed to be success for all our clients. We know that the other ones are broken front also. WR Kids sponsors, innovations LCS, supposed to be simple and fake, with the units box of Kaya. And we are, we're starting out on the name of Shabby Bromo, we're still over at Esther, who's Ayala, Daniel, Zev, Ben, Ayala, Tester. We're going to say, holding here by the mission. The test on phase by the mission. I saw it that in that study, she wasn't shaved at all. If somebody shaved the spot on the side of the neck instead of, let's say, therapy over here, shifting over here. She does so, shave him. Rashi points out, unlike all the other Mishnais, Hashoy means only after the fact, over here means look at Tila. You can check on the side of the neck, look at Tila. Boy like Minat's Dodin, when it comes to Tsula, Relika, what's Relika? You take your thumbnail, you have a nice long thumbnail that's sharp, and you go to the back of the neck right over here, push through. I'll show you a video. There's different types. There's a little corner. Boys, I'm warning oil. That's blood in it. If you don't want blood, do not look. We're going to get some emails about this one. The same hand does it. This could be right over here. This is how Yoshi did it. It breaks the spine, the spinal cord. It goes through the fascia and hits the cover. It's wrong from the other side. There's a way to show it like this. There's another way. It's one thing when a person is sick, he has a virus. Another thing is to pull these things out. Everybody in Eretz Yisrael has one of these on his porch right now. It's not a big lick. Okay. You're used to this from yesterday. The leak was from over here, this side. Now, this is the head. Excuse me. I think he just decided to do something. This is the head. This is what we call the heart. This head is a heart. The back part of the head, down here, is called the northern heart. That can see the heart. There's the joint. I saw my customers. I saw this guy couldn't even watch it on a video. Hey, the video is getting over. He's gonna finish the job here. I'm going when I saw the concept. I showed that Ben Hoyer. She does it so well. If you shut the bird up, he just decided to do something garbage now. Like, I changed diaper before. I never changed the pigeons. We were a real community. That was one of my favorite parts of Morocco. It's massive, but they have little windows. There were around 50, 60 little windows. And people were in it, real wide they were putting the hides in. I'm actually in the time of the Gemara. And they said that when the Jews left in the 60s, they gifted it to a Goyim. Yeah, they gifted it. They gave this whole, it used to be owned by the Jews, that's why they were nice to us. They were nice to you because, the Jews, really Jewish place, people watch it. They're supposed to do the thing, each person does another thing, and they make buckets per day. They sit in this stuff all day long. They're making like $10 a day. Crazy stuff. Anyway. So, obviously Malika is from the back to the neck. What is it called in English? The nape? Okay. Hashoytet Minan Savar Shkita Sikshera. Obviously we do Shkita from the front of the neck. That's a normal Shkita. Hamoylet Minan Savar, but we do Malika from there. And we go to Tzula, it's no good. And the Mishnah finishes off Shkaloira, Kosher, the Malika. The entire neck that's being called it. The neck is kosher for Malika. The part, the front part of the neck, the whole thing is kosher the Shkita. Then the Mishnah says, this is a kosher Shkita, kosher Malika. Everything that's kosher by Shkita is kosher Malika. It's an opposite side. Kosher Malika, kosher Shkita. What is Earth? You name Earth knowledge. Earth means on the other side of your face is the face, Earth is the knowledge of it's on the head. My ear is showing a little bit of Nami. You can have the relief on the head. Why can't you do the relief on the head? Remove that says, not on the arpite, not on the head, but remove arpite. That's not confusing. What's remove arpite? The part that sees the arpite. What sees the arpite? Here, let me show you this. The real thing. This is arpite. This part over here sees the arpite. This is remove arpite. Arpite, remove arpite. Okay. So we have to say that Oira means underneath the head. Let me say and I'll prove it to you because it says all Oira, Kosher Malika. The entire Oira is good for Malika. Now, what is Kol Oira? Look how small the head is. How are you going to do what's it called? This entire area, that means that I can understand why it's just called. So here, over here is good area for Malika. Follow here. They don't stop. So it's a natural. Sorry about it. Okay. You know what? I'm going to put it back in the thing. We're going to say goodbye to our star. Check this out. I'm sure they inserted this. This is what we saw. We're both crazy. Was I exaggerating? This is what we saw from the top view. And there's people in here. Let's see if we can see a person here. Here's a guy inside the door. You see him inside there. Not shy. There. Yeah, to give you mint because it really smells. Here's the hides. Go over, you'll see hides. They put a yellow on it in the beginning. We sat there just mesmerized by this whole. They take just the regular hide, you see it coming off the nano, they pour some yellow on it, they smear it, they put it this one and that one, each one that's different colors, really cool. Okay. It's a Borsiki. It says they should put the Borsiki on the east side, on the whatever, the what side? Put a Borsiki on the certain side of the city, because it smells so bad in the okay, let's do this. Okay. So, you know, okay, boy, there. We're not really. There's only about how do we know that it's a ruler for now? Our point, not about the ruler, we will right so area what sees the head, which is the name that sees the head. And Weimer, Yoishe, Mama tells Bilam, who finds Israel sitting across from me, I see them. I'm able to see them. So you see the idea of wool is that you can see. You can see the nape, you can see the head. However, if you follow your light area, another problem. So now I have another problem that tells me that it's not the face, but it's behind the face. It's the iris. I have iris. What's the second puzzle for? The key name of iris, in the nape of, I don't know what the iris is. The nape of, the nape of, I don't even know what the iris is. I don't even know what is the iris. You follow your light area, privilege. So I know that iris is the opposite of the face. The face is on one side, the iris is on the other side. In other words, the back of the head. Wow, the iris is not so now I know that the iris is the opposite of the face. And the iris is down a little lower than that. It's the nape. Andre Renee Riverfield. The two sons of Riverfield, the twins, the famous twins, Yuda and Trisfield, they come along and they drop a big bomb. Mitzvahs Velika Maxer Simone La Oire La Oire Fumoire. You thought the Velika is one way. I'm going to tell you something completely different. The Velika is like this. Where the you got to pull the cutter with that shit and bring them all the way around to the nape, to the back of the neck. And then you could do a stretch within there. What do you gain with that? You gain that you're not coming in directly into the spine. The way you do it now is go to the spine, through the spinal cord, that was pretty much dead by that point. And then you go right there into the corner of the dimensions, find the plate, no? If you do it this way, it won't become true. If you do it this way, it won't become true. Mrs. Malika, Maxer Simone La Oire La Oire. If you take the two Simone and the cartful of that, then you pull it back behind the neck. Well, more like an Ada Malika. You can operate, so I'm saying, half Maxer. You could also, if you feel like it, you could bring it back. If you don't want to, you don't have to bring it back, you can go regular. And there's another sheet that says only regular. What? That's not what you. No. The first sheet of this song says no. The Katina, you go and you do the Simon first and then the spinal first. Mitzvahs Velika, Maxer Simon La Ferrer Fumoile. Yeah, the guitar is now. What's the part of the guitar? No, so that's not up. What is that? You're supposed to put your finger in the beginning. Either we want to either you're not going through the iris or you're going to Simon. You're not going to get this way to Simon. Rashi says over here, a voice on the second line. Look at the second line. I'm not the Shira. Also, the Kula Kila Soy. Out of the ring of Hamalika. It's part of the Malika. Rabbi Shar Shoited. Rashi says, look, we know that it's a tiny little hole in the bedhead, in the esophagus, then it's animal strip. So when you take your knife and you go with slow motion, the stems that are at your doing shots or something, you go like this, and you hit the bedhead with your knife, you get tree. A millisecond later, you went through the bedhead and you did shita. But there was a moment where you made this animal tree. That's not a concern. Because I mentioned not actually get very also. Or you look at 4 parts go back and forth to come to that. It's okay? I will show you in order. Give the shkita. I'm helping you hear the average reason I'm afraid is for the shkita. You're talking about shkita as kids. So you can say that when you do the lika, that is happening. That's how you do the lika. You break the chakra, and then you go to the common dimension, the dimension of the common. But that's how you do it. That's how it's done. It's not an automated trait. That's how it's done. Every animal you make it a trait somehow. Make it trait. Yeah. Zoe and Mara. Who is bigger than not to die? see my that, so you don't hit my friend, if you don't hit the spinal cord. Well, we started on that, it makes a lot of sense, like, a lot of sense in both ways. You know, I shot him with Irish because it's slow. I'm boiling with Irish after the coffee show. Something I did not do that, what I had to do. By the week, you have to pull the Simon to the back of the head. Like, you're going to do shouldn't that work also by Shrika? Why doesn't that work by Shrika? If you pull the Simon to the back of the cow's neck and shove from the back of the cow's neck, you're just shoving the Simon. I don't care where the Simon was. It's not the neck of the back of the head. It should work. Why? That life's strong enough. I'm passive. Unless these are like happen. The reason why it doesn't work by Shrika is because we're not talking about the case. It could work by Shrika. In the mission says it's no good. No good. Why not good? It is good. Oh, because we're not talking about a case that you shove the Simon in the back. So if you don't shove the Simon
It is the 6th of December, 1912. At Tel El Amarna, in central Egypt, a German archaeological team, led by Ludwig Burchardt, is digging for items of historical value from the city of Akhetaten, which was briefly established in the 14th century BC as a new capital and center of the worship of a sun deity, the Aten. Early in the afternoon, Burchardt receives word that some exciting finds have been made. Several plaster busts of what must have been important individuals have been found. One of them is a remarkable discovery. It is an incredibly well-preserved head of a woman with a large headdress. In due course, it will be revealed that this is a bust of one of the wives of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the heretical king who built the city of Akhetaten. The woman's name, Nefertiti, the most famous queen of New Kingdom Egypt. The woman known to history as Queen Nefertiti was born in the middle of the 14th century BC, possibly around 1370 BC, during the latter stages of the reign of King Amenhotep III, who belonged to the 18th dynasty of ancient Egyptian rulers. Despite being one of the best-known figures from Egyptian antiquity, owing to the iconic portrait bust of her on display at the Neues Museum in Berlin, there is no consensus among historians and Egyptologists about her life. Indeed, the varying king and queen lists which have survived for ancient Egypt are sometimes contradictory, and it is possible that Nefertiti was born as late as 1355 BC. Nefertiti is associated with the Amarna period of Egyptian history, after Tel El Amarna, the modern name of the archaeological site of the city of Akhetaten, 200 miles south of Cairo, which served as the capital of Egypt during the reign of Nefertiti's husband, King Akhenaten, known as Amenhotep IV, at the beginning of his reign. Akhenaten's efforts to bring about a religious revolution in Egypt, focused on the worship of the sun disk Aten, were reversed by his successors, who sought to erase all trace of the Amarna period. New archaeological discoveries and investigations of DNA samples from the Valley of the Kings and Queens continue to shed new light on Nefertiti's life and the era she lived in. Yet there are many things which are still unclear or remain conjectural. Nefertiti first enters the archaeological record when she is depicted alongside her husband in a temple complex dedicated to the Aten at Karnak in Thebes, built early in Amenhotep IV's reign. Since nothing is known about her life before her marriage, there are competing theories about Nefertiti's identity and parentage. Nefertiti's name, which means the beautiful female has arrived, has inspired a theory that she was a foreign princess who married into the Egyptian royal family. A possible candidate is a princess named Tadukipa from the kingdom of Mitanni in what is now northern Syria, who had married Amenhotep III late in his reign and became Amenhotep IV's wife after his death. However, there is no evidence suggesting that Nefertiti or her sister, Mutnejmet, were of foreign origin. While it has been posited that Nefertiti was her husband's sister, other Egyptian queens who married their brothers bore the title king's sister or king's daughter, neither of which are included among Nefertiti's many titles. A tomb inscription of a woman named Te indicates that she was the nurse of Nefertiti, and Te's husband Ai, a general and aristocrat who later became king himself, holds the title God's Father, which during the 18th dynasty may have been used to describe the king's father-in-law. Since Te is described as Nefertiti's nurse rather than her mother, it is possible that Nefertiti was the daughter of Ai and an earlier wife, and there is evidence that Ai may have been a brother of Queen Tiye, the wife of Amenhotep III, making Nefertiti and Akhenaten first cousins. A theory based on DNA studies on a pair of mummies from the Valley of the Kings, understood to be the parents of King Tutankhamun, would require Nefertiti's mother to be a sister of Amenhotep III, since neither Ione nor Te align with this. Nefertiti would have to be the daughter of Ai, and an unnamed princess would have died young, possibly in childbirth. Like so much else about her life, though, much of this is speculative about Nefertiti's origins. The kings of the 18th dynasty ushered in a golden age in the history of ancient Egypt during a wider period known as the New Kingdom, to differentiate it from earlier eras like the Old Kingdom, in which the Great Pyramids of Giza were built over a millennium earlier. During the 15th century BC, King Thutmose III proved one of the greatest military leaders in Egyptian history, expanding his realm into Syria and the Levant, marking the greatest extent of Egyptian power in Asia. Egypt's power and prosperity continued into the reign of Thutmose's great-grandson, Amenhotep III, which lasted almost 4 decades. In the 5th year of his reign, the young king led a military campaign to suppress rebellious Nubian tribes in what is now Sudan. This appears to be the only major military action of the reign, and Amenhotep was otherwise a monarch who preferred to cultivate cordial relations with his neighbors. While he married several foreign princesses to consolidate these diplomatic relationships, he underlined his superior status by refusing foreign rulers' requests to marry Egyptian princesses. These foreign wives were subordinate to Queen Tiye, Amenhotep's great royal wife. The 18th dynasty was known for powerful queens, most notably Queen Hatshepsut, Thutmose III's aunt, who was a king or pharaoh in her own right for 2 decades. Archaeological findings indicate that Tiye played an active role in the political and religious life of the country. Her status is further highlighted by over 50 so-called marriage scarabs, which give details of her parentage and the extent of the realm ruled by her husband. Amenhotep III's reign had been preceded in the 15th century by that of Thutmose III, who expanded the New Kingdom to unprecedented heights, conquering large parts of the rich Levant. Amenhotep's reign saw little conquest, but a lavish and costly temple-building program was undertaken. A new temple at Seneb in northern Sudan depicted Amenhotep III as a living god, while a A temple at nearby Sedika honored a deified called Tie. In around 1350 BC, Amenhotep III celebrated his 30th year on the throne with the Hepsid Jubilee. The celebration marked a significant change in the king's iconography by depicting him as a solar deity with rays radiating from his head, coinciding with the increased prominence of the Aten as an independent god during his reign. These innovations would be taken further during the reign of his son and successor. Amenhotep III's eldest son and intended heir, Prince Thutmose, died before his father, leaving the king's namesake son as the heir. The elder Amenhotep ruled for another 9 years or so, celebrating another 2 jubilees before his death. Scholars are divided about whether Amenhotep IV served as his father's co-ruler before becoming king in his own right. Amenhotep appears to have remained unmarried upon his father's death, since his mother Tie is initially depicted alongside him as great royal wife. A year or 2 into his reign, Amenhotep IV married Nefertiti, who is likely to have been in her mid-teens at the time. In addition to being the king's great wife, Nefertiti carried titles such as Mistress of Upper and Lower Egypt, Mistress of All Lands, and Lady of the Two Lands, all of which reference the geographical extent of the kingdom, particularly its 2 constituent parts: Upper Egypt in the south, centered on Thebes, and Lower Egypt in the north, centered on Memphis. These 3 titles were adopted by Egyptian queens during the 18th dynasty, once again indicating the exalted status of royal women during this period of Egyptian history. Nefertiti's particular status is also highlighted by her imagery in Karnak and later at Amarna, where she is shown striking down her enemies. Such representations are common for Egyptian kings, but are unique to Nefertiti among Egyptian queens. Amenhotep IV's building work at Karnak offers the best evidence for Nefertiti's life before the transfer to Amarna. Nefertiti is initially depicted in a traditional fashion, though her husband the king is already shown in the so-called Amarna style, with a low jaw but almost feline facial shape, a striking way of portraying pharaoh or Egyptian king, which departed from hundreds of years of tradition. The decoration of the Aten complex at Karnak indicates that a Hepsid Jubilee was celebrated during the early stages of its construction, while Amenhotep IV and Nefertiti were still childless. Nefertiti appears frequently in the imagery of the festival, sometimes alongside her husband, and sometimes on her own. At this stage, she is shown in a transition style that combines features of the old and new styles, but within a few years she would be depicted in the new Amarna style too. The celebration of the Hepsid Jubilee early in the reign is confusing. These festivals were usually only first celebrated in the 30th year of a pharaoh's reign. One theory for why it was held so early in Amenhotep IV's rule is that this jubilee was held on what would have been Amenhotep III's 4th jubilee in his 40th or 41st year. This would indicate that the jubilee was held in honor of the late king who had assumed the form of the Aten. During the reign of Amenhotep III, the Aten had assumed a traditional anthropomorphic form based on the god Ra-Horakhti, and this is also how the deity was shown during the earliest stages of Amenhotep IV's reign. However, in the depictions of the Hepsid Jubilee, the Aten is shown as a sun disk with rays emanating from it, indicating a link to portrayals of Amenhotep III during his first Jubilee. The celebration appears to have taken place at the courtyard of the Jempa Arten, the main building of the Arten complex, and possibly the first to have been completed. The courtyard was surrounded by a colonnade, in front of which stood some 50 colossal statues depicting the king and queen in the new artistic style. Most of the statues depict the king wearing a royal dress or kilt, but statues originally thought to show the king naked, without genitalia, are now believed to be representations of Nefertiti wearing a tight-fitting dress. Not long after the Jubilee, Nefertiti gave birth to her first daughter, Princess Meritata, who is shown frequently alongside her parents performing religious rituals. The Arten complex at Karnak also includes a few representations of a second daughter, Nekhekata, who may have been born in the 3rd or 4th year of the reign. A third daughter, Ankhesenpa Arten, later Ankhesenamun, also appears in one place. The Arten complex consists of 4 buildings, including the Jempa Arten, a structure to the east known as the Hund Benben, may have been the last of the 4 to be decorated, and holds particular significance for Nefertiti. Dedicated to the solar cult, and possibly serving as an inner sanctuary, Nefertiti appears as the sole officiant, while Amenhotep IV is completely absent. This appears to be unique in ancient Egyptian iconography, and further indicates that Nefertiti's status was higher than nearly all Egyptian queens, including those of the 18th dynasty. Despite the extensive building work at Karnak, as the building work was underway here, the king decided on a far more ambitious project to promote the art and cult of the sun disk by building a new city from scratch, which would serve as the main cult center for the art and also the center of royal administration. At around this time, Amenhotep IV adopted the name Akhenaten. The exact meaning of the name is disputed, with the leading theories being satisfied of the Arten or effective for the Arten. From this point on, Nefertiti's name also began to appear in inscriptions as Neferuaten Nefertiti, meaning beautiful of the beauties of the Arten. This longer rendering of her name became more frequent as the reign went on. The construction of the new capital of Akhetaten, meaning Horizon of the Arten, began in the 4th or 5th year of Akhenaten's reign, around 1346 BC, though it could have been as late as the 1330s BC, given the lack of certainty around dates during this period. Situated on the eastern bank of the Nile, the inscriptions on the boundary stele placed on the northern and southern limits of the city state that the location was chosen because the land belonged neither to gods, nor to kings, nor to private individuals. The part of the text explaining why the king had decided to move his capital is badly damaged and is subject to many different interpretations, but it appears as though the cult of Arten was not welcomed in Thebes, the established capital, and may have inspired some form of opposition to the king, which encouraged the move to Akhetaten, also known today as Amarna. The proclamation listed the main religious and royal buildings on the site, including the small Arten Temple, the Great Arten Temple, and 2 palaces referred to as the residence of the pharaoh and the residence of the king's great wife. The former is believed to correspond to the Great Palace, located in the city centre near the 2 Arten temples, while the latter may have been the small North Palace to the side of the Royal Road that linked the main city to North Riverside Palace, which served as the principal royal residence. Although the complex was positioned on the north-south axis, leading from the North City down Royal Road, attesting to its religious and cosmic significance. The rapid development of the city south of the Great Palace saw the road turn towards the southwest, parallel to the bend of the river. Like all Egyptian kings, Akhenaten was particularly concerned about the afterlife. The plan for the city of Akhetaten envisaged the construction of a royal tomb complex for Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their eldest daughter Menetaten at the end of a wadi or ravine that ran on an east-west axis, possibly serving as the focal point for both the small Aten temple and the great Aten temple. The location of the royal tombs in relation to the Ottoman temples is a further indication of the close relationship between the Aten, the divine form for Amenhotep III, and the royal family of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their children. The royal tomb at Amana, known as TA-26, is almost unique among Egyptian royal tombs, since it was intended for multiple occupants, rather than the king himself. One suite of rooms to the right of the main column.
video actually that I didn't so that I remember there was a video of somebody had twins also said that he wanted to call his twin the girl could be wife because he believes that that's more like for the reasons I got in the same day but okay maybe that is what it is they said they wanted to do let's jump into it on the side. Seriously, April was on the relationship between Schwartz and Stratton as the Bushland of official the transmission is specifically how Schwartz carried the weight of Tracy. That means that's God's honor. This is not a matter of reading. There's a professor who born later times and going to the launch of
Door leading to the king's burial chamber was later used for the burial of Akhenaten and Nefertiti's younger daughters, while another more extensive suite may have been intended for Nefertiti. In a demonstration of the new Artemis theology, Nefertiti also plays a major role in Akhenaten's burial chamber. Akhenaten's empty sarcophagus, now in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, after being reconstructed from fragments uncovered within the tomb, shows 4 female figures standing in each corner. Instead of the traditional funerary goddesses Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Serket, Nefertiti is represented performing this role for her husband. And it is possible that she also served as goddess of the dead for the wider population, since images of the royal family are presented not only in royal homes and temples, but also private funerary chapels in Amman. Further boundary stealing were placed further out to offer a more precise delineation of the city's limits. To the northeast, the city extended to the mountains that housed the tombs of the priests of Aten, while a large tract of agricultural land west of the Nile was also incorporated into the city's boundaries to feed the royal city's growing population. These later stelae are more detailed than the earlier ones and are decorated with images of the king and his family. Most of these feature Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their 2 eldest daughters, but a handful also featured a representation of Angesenpaaten, suggesting that she was born around this time. The depictions of the royal family in the Amarna tomb chapels shows that Nefertiti had 3 more daughters after Angesenpaaten. The 4th daughter, named Neferuaten Tashiret, or Neferuaten the younger after her mother, appears in 4 private chapels and seems to have been born around year 7 or 8 of the reign. The 2 youngest daughters, Neferure and Setenpenre, are only shown in 1 tomb chapel. Based on these representations, it may be concluded that Setenpenre was born in the year 12 and was the youngest of the 6. While it is well established that Akhenaten and Nefertiti had 6 daughters, it remains unclear whether they had any male children. Based on evidence from blocks from a temple wall at Amarna that were later reused at the temple of Thoth in nearby Hermopolis or El-Ajmin, it is widely accepted that Akhenaten was the father of Tutankhaten, later Tutankhamun. However, the identity of the famous boy king's mother has continued to be a source of intense scholarly debate. While there are no scenes that depict Nefertiti and Tutankhaten together, it was rare in Egyptian iconography for royal sons to be depicted in tomb or temple scenes, unless they were an office holder carrying out a particular religious or ceremonial function. Throughout the 20th century, it was widely believed that Tutankhamun's mother was Kia, who held the unique title of greatly beloved wife of the king. Kia's origins are disputed, possible that she was the Ventani princess, Tadukipa. Like Nefertiti, she had a sunshade built in her honor, and she is also depicted on temple walls with an unnamed daughter. During the latter stages of Akhenaten's reign, around year 12, Kia appears to have fallen into disgrace, since most of her monuments were later rededicated to Meritaten, and her name and image replaced by those of Meritaten or Ankhesenaten. The name of Kia's young daughter was likewise erased and replaced by Meritaten Tasheret and Ankhesenaten Tasheret, implying that the two princesses had daughters of their own. This is unlikely, since Ankhesenaten would not have been of childbearing age at the time. Instead, Meritaten Tasheret and Ankhesenaten Tasheret were possibly both fictional children, invented to avoid making major changes to monuments initially dedicated to Kia. The fact that Ankhesenaten is represented alongside Meritaten indicates that these changes were made after Mekhetaten's death in year 12. The identity of an unidentified mummy, known only as the Younger Lady, found in Tomb KV35 in the Valley of the Kings, has further complicated matters when it comes to the parentage of Tutankhamun. Her remains indicate that the deceased individual was possibly killed. It was once thought that the mummy may have belonged to Kia. DNA analysis on the body in 2010, led by the Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass, claimed that the Younger Lady was possibly the mother of Tutankhamun, and that she was also the daughter of Ta and Amenhotep III, and thus a full sister of
Rabbi!
Hawass notes that while
Yo, Mr. Chris, you ready?
Ta's daughter
Okay. Rabbi, guess what?
What's that, girl?
You heard about the strawberry moon?
Did I hear about what?
The strawberry moon.
Oh, okay. I know of it.
Strawberry moon is coming tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah, it says 7:57 p.m. Eastern time.
All right, you excited for it?
Yes.
Okay. You gonna go look at it?
Yes.
Excellent.
They have to remind me.
Well, what time did you say it's gonna be?
7:57 my time, Eastern time.
Okay, but I mean, when you come in here, it'll already be out. So I'll just do my best to remind you when you come in tomorrow
If
night
not, it's okay.
to make sure that you take a look at it.
Yeah.
Get it, girl.
Yay.
Are you proud of that spare?
Thank you. So how was your day?
It was good. I sent out a bunch of emails and I'm uploading. Like, I've been on something like 5 podcasts recently, like in the last week or so, or that have published within the last week or so. It's probably more accurate to say. So I'm uploading them to all my channels, and that takes a really long time. Each one takes like an hour. So, because I'm doing it from like 7 different channels, and I have a lot of them to go. So, just been working on that, and I built a robot that when I'm on these podcasts, sometimes they ask me questions that are like, I'd like to, like, I have a basic knowledge of it, but I'd like to go deep. And so I'm just like getting all the questions that I think I might be asked, and then I'm just publishing deeper answers to them. And that's what that's doing. And finding more people on his podcast I might have the opportunity to be on.
Okay.
Oh, look at that spare. Folks, that was a split. Miss Aquarius just had one of the great splits in the history of the game. I saw it. That was amazing.
Oh, excellent strike.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Chris, you're running out of time. Are you delayed or something? There you go.
It might be delayed. It might be delayed because it ain't running out of time over here. No, it might be delayed on your side. This thing on the show wasn't on mine. Plato better get it together.
There you go. That's 2 strikes in a row. That's
That's
big
what
time.
it's
That's a
Yeah.
big score. Okay. You've got to get this, which I think you can.
Mm,
Oh, no doubt, folks.
there.
Very good job. And now she's going to take the lead, everyone. No doubt.
You got
That's
this.
the lead.
Let's go.
Miss Aquarius
Yeah.
has the lead, everybody.
Everybody's going to get in there. Let's go.
No
Strike
doubt. Big
Yep, you got
score.
it.
Big score.
Yeah, see, because we're going to lead.
Oh, super big score, Miss Aquarius.
We're contacting you about an email you may have received from us from information specific
Miss
error and content documents that was not intended for your account. No action is required or comment on your part. The email does not reflect any change to your or the course description.
What
You
do
can
you
disregard the message entirely. We apologize for the inconveniences may have caused. Thanks for choosing Amazon. Please note this email was sent from the location. Let me see. I don't even know if y'all sent something. Did y'all?
Miss Aquarius, I don't know what you're talking about.
In Japanese.
You win, I win, I win, you win. Reload.
Reload. Yeah, I'm glad that they sent that to me because I didn't get nothing in Japanese.
I had 116 that game. That was a big score.
Nice.
Look at you, right off the bat. Nice little curve to it. Really beautiful.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah,
Match
I
her.
need that.
I don't like these ones in the corner like this.
Yeah, but you know how to do it than I do. I don't know how to do that. I do it sometimes, but it be tricky and hard. Ooh, that's
Nice strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Folks, Miss Aquarius has 2 in a row. If you're paying attention to this, which you should be at home, this is already an incredible performance.
Yeah.
All right, this is a challenge. If she gets this one, we're going to be shocked. Not because she's not good and can get it, but it's really, really hard.
And you get it better than
Really,
I
really
got.
hard.
I got 2. Come on, everybody, you got this. Strike it.
I'm trying.
Ooh. Yeah,
All right, folks.
Go ahead, get it.
We need a comeback of the century here.
There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. We're down by 16 pins, folks. That's a lot of pins. Oh, it's over. Miss Aquarius just put the nail in the coffin. Maybe not, but 16 pins, that's a lot. But now it's 6. Now it's 6.
Oh, okay.
This is a tough split. Very tough split.
Oh, no, you got it.
All right, folks, we're down 20.
Let's go.
We're down 20. What a comeback. What a comeback. Folks, one of the great comebacks that we've seen.
Uh-oh. Get it.
There we
Good
go.
job.
You win, I
Yeah,
win.
I win.
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay.
That was
Good
phenomenal.
job.
Phenomenal job, Miss Aquarius.
I got a dice party. Oh, somebody sent me a dice party.
Did I send you it?
No, it was Zoo. Yeah, it was you. Yeah, Zoo.
I sent it to you?
But who won? Zoo won? 250 versus 195.
Yeah. That game, of any game that you can't really control if you're going to win or not, you can kind of barely control it.
I don't know. I can play that game. I tried to get gold though. They helped me play that game. He liked that game.
Even the best people at that game, Zoo looked it up, and they win 50%, they lose 50%. Even the best people, there's like, it's kind of random.
And so y'all stop playing?
Are we still playing?
Yeah. I don't know. It said, what is y'all doing? You mean y'all done? Or just y'all done? I don't know.
Yeah, we're not playing.
Yeah.
That was a couple days ago at least.
I know, but y'all did good. That's good. You was good at something.
That's very funny, Mr. Curtis. Yeah, that's his best game.
I'm just playing like that, but he's good. He's good at golf too, right?
No, he's better than most people, but in comparison, I don't want to put him down by any means. He gets it every once in a while, so that's good. And if he played even an average person on Play-Doh, he's better than. He just sometimes takes like risks that aren't always that prudent. Well, not always that smart, but that's all right.
At least he can play. He play good. Like Bogan, he's big funny. Ain't gonna put him down. He's doing good.
Oh, I know. I would say all of those things right to his face. He knows it. In fact, I probably.
But I was telling you doing good. I ain't gonna be sitting up there doing him like that. I ain't gonna put him down.
No, I probably would be even more aggressive if he were here. But if he played an average person, he would beat them, and he beats Riser and me sometimes too. So that's good. And then sometimes Riser teams up with him against me.
Riser get team up with Zoo?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to listen to that one day. That's gotta be funny.
Oh, it's funnier for them, I think, because it's difficult to win when one of them holds me back, and then the other one goes forward, and it just makes it difficult. Look who it is. We were just talking about you.
Hi, Zoo.
We're talking about how good you are at Dice Party, and that you can sometimes be pretty good at mini golf too. Zoo, how you living, big dog? Zoo, you gonna talk? Or you just gonna sit there? Zoo, can you hear us? Oh, okay, hold on. Miss Aquarius can hear you. I have to reset my device. Or, not the whole device, just one moment.
No, can't hear you. No. There you go.
I can hear you now.
Zoo, did that girl watch your movie?
No, I can't hear you. Now I can. There you go.
Zoo,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, did that girl watch your movie?
I'm saying it tonight.
Okay. Did she watch it or no? Or you don't know?
All right, good night.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Grace, God willing.
Probably. I'm seeing her tonight.
At the stand-up, or do you guys have a date or something?
Yeah. At the stand-up.
And you're performing, right?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What stand-up are you going to do?
Mix of stuff.
You don't even know what you're going to do.
I'm Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
We need enough magnets to create a magnetic field to create exotic matter, and then we need a vehicle that can go fast enough through the magnetic field.
I'm on it, big dog. Did you call Riser?
Gorilla?
Did you call Riser? I'm asking you a question. Did you call Riser?
Yeah. No.
Okay, we'll call him.
Is there how that magnets that can create exotic matter?
I'll let you know once you call Riser.
Come on.
Okay. Shout out to Zook for calling Riser. What are the odds Riser comes into the discussion? 0%.
Not very.
Did he pick up?
Killed one line an hour ago. No, I didn't pick up.
All right. Yeah, I mean, with enough of anything is possible, Zoot. Really, anything's possible, just period. But, yeah. And I think he's mad at me. He shouldn't be mad at me. But I gave him a challenge. And I gave him an hour-long task. It's not for me. It's for himself. It's for his own business. And I told him what to do, and I told him how to do it. And he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. I'm like, dude, guys in Africa do this within a day. Why is it going to... It literally will take you like... Well, I said it won't take an hour. It'll take maybe a little longer than that. Maybe like 8 hours. And he still hasn't done it. And... I know he's sick or whatever, so I don't want to give him too much shit, but it's just he needs to, in my opinion, be a little faster. So, Zoot, what are you going to talk about? Zoot, what are you going to talk about?
Conspiracy theories.
Why are you choosing that?
The moon landing.
What are you going to say?
The moon was made of cheese. No, I don't know.
What are you going to say? How about you do something on the World Cup?
Did you know that people are eating ranch?
Yeah, dog. Americans eat ranch like... It's like very common. Americans
But
put...
the Europeans are smuggling... All the European teams are smuggling ranch back home.
I like how you call it ranch. No one in America calls it ranch. No one. 0 people. No one's ever done that. Ranch. Ranch. I like that. Ranch. Don't they have ranch in Australia?
Yeah.
Like if you're getting a salad, if you're going to eat a salad, what salad dressings do you have a choice of usually? Zoo, do you remember that time I asked you a question?
Not sure.
Yes, you do. There's like ranch, French, Italian, Russian, Thousand Island, balsamic vinegar. Some places have Greek. That's it, really. Don't they offer that to you in Australia?
Yep.
Is there
Hey,
anything?
Robbo, you know what I just thought of?
What did you just think of, Zoo?
What if she hates the movie I suggested?
Then she's not the right girl for you, dude. You're passionate about this movie, so if you're that into this movie, which I know you are, then she's not the right girl for you.
I mean, she's not like fucking Chelsea and didn't watch the fucking Donkey Kong documentary.
Look, Chelsea's a bitch just in general. Nobody should be fucking with that girl. That girl sucks. Seriously,
She didn't watch the Donkey Kong documentary.
Okay, so here, did you ask her to?
It was on the podcast that they kept on bringing it up, and then she didn't watch it. And then I asked her, "Did you watch the documentary?" And she's like, "Did you watch the podcast? We talked about how I didn't look. I've never seen the documentary." Like, oh, you should. And then I was like, "Well, you should. It's like the best documentary ever made." And she was like, "I'll pass."
And she was like, "I'll pass."
Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know. It is one of the best documentaries ever made.
I would say no, but I would say that it's not awful. It's okay. Why is Chelsea such a stuck-up bitch? No, seriously.
Australian girls.
She thinks she's just hot shit because she's on the radio. And what she doesn't understand is she pissed off the wrong fucking person. I bash that bitch 24/7 on my live streams because she banned me on Instagram for no reason. For fucking no reason. I didn't say anything weird. I didn't creep on her. I didn't poke her. I didn't leave a comment. I just followed her. And the reason why I followed her is because I thought she was funny, which is what fans of people are supposed to do.
Do you have many other accounts you can follow on?
I don't care. That was my main account, and that's a serious thing. It's a terrible mistake that she made. It makes her look xenophobic and closed-minded and against other cultures and people from other countries. And frankly, she made a giant mistake.
Do you want to know what the number one documentary of all time is?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Oh wait. Let's do IMDb. Let's do IMDb. See. Blackfish.
What is it?
Blackfish.
Okay. I don't think that's the best one ever, but I've seen it.
Have you?
Yeah, it's about SeaWorld. Have you seen it?
No.
It's pretty good. It makes me not want to go to SeaWorld. Because, like, how they keep those animals. And it made me perhaps be, like, anti-keeping animals in captivity. What's number 2?
exit through the gift shop.
Isn't that about like Banksy or something?
Yeah, it's about street artists.
Yeah. Okay. What's number 3?
Dear Zachariah, a letter to a son about his father.
About what is that?
A filmmaker decides to memorialize a murdered friend. A filmmaker decides to memorialize a murdered friend when his friend's ex-girlfriend announces she is expecting his son.
Oh, okay. What about what's number 4?
Grizzly Man.
All right. Have you seen that?
No.
Well, I have. That's that's baller. It's a Herzog, Werner Herzog film, and can I tell you the story?
Sure.
Can I give away the ending or no?
Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna watch it.
All right, so it's just you should though. It's really good. It's a story of this guy who he doesn't live stream his life, but he records his life on like GoPros. And I believe he's from Long Beach, California, and he moves to Alaska because he's like obsessed with bears. And he is absolutely like enthralled by bears to the point where he starts to like bond with them. And so he'll like follow them into their living area and he'll feed them. And he was just like living in a cabin for a while. And then I think he lives in a tent some. And he's all alone. He's like, and I think he either lives up there for like 2 or 3 years or something. Maybe his girlfriend comes and visits him or something like that. I think that's what happens. But he's got like a lot of video of him just with bears, and they come up to him and they like he treats them like big teddy bears, especially the baby bears. And it's almost like the bears are almost like kind of treat him like dogs. Like he treats them like dogs, like where he's petting them and he's like nuzzling them and like if I recall. And then he gets eaten by one. And his girlfriend got the tape and they don't show it and you can't hear it, but they just say it's like the filmmaker who made the movie basically said it was like the worst thing he ever heard, and he just had him destroy the tape because it was so violent. So like the guy loved bears so much, but he got eaten by one. What are your thoughts on that?
Kind of reminds me of this movie called Into the Wild.
Yeah. It's similar. Or maybe is it Into the Wild based on him or something? I could be wrong on that.
No, Into the Wild, like
from the 90s
based
or something.
on just a guy who just like he's like from a rich family. Instead of going to college, he's just like fuck this. I want to like just explore the wild. And then he eats like a blueberry, and then he dies because the blueberry was poisonous, and he didn't know.
Damn, that's some wild shit, dog. Was that your favorite story of all time?
Man, I like those kind of stories where people just go, fuck this, I'm going to go out into the wilderness and not care about the materialistic world.
Was that your what was number 5?
Samsara.
What's that?
Filmed over nearly 5 years in 25 countries on 5 continents and shot 17mm film. Samsara transports us to varied worlds of scare grounds, disaster zones, industrial complex, and natural wonders.
Okay, what's 6?
Number 6 is OJ Made in America.
Okay, what's 7?
Free Solo.
Okay, both of those are good. What's 8?
The Act of Killing.
Okay, that sounds gruesome. What's 9?
Baraka.
What is it? Moraka?
Baraka. A collection of experimental photographers' stains, human life and religion.
What's the next one?
Hope Dreams.
That's a good one. Have you seen that?
No.
If I recall, it's like from like the late 80s or early 90s. It's like the story of like a white kid and a black kid, or a black kid and a white kid, or something like that, and how they get recruited to different schools or something. Something like that. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Okay, what's the next one?
The History of Nazi Germany.
Okay, what's the next one?
Paradise Lost, The Child Murders at Robin Hood Hills.
That sounds awful. What's the next one?
Man on Wire.
That's a good one.
I've seen it.
It's something I have to watch. I've been wanting to watch it for a long time.
I've seen the movie with. I don't know if I've seen the documentary, but I've seen the movie with Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Okay. Did you say
Bowling for
Columbine is next?
Sorry?
Bowling for Columbine is
Bowling
next.
for Columbine.
All right, that's a good one.
Yeah.
In my opinion, all of
And then
Michael Moore's videos are really good. He lost
Thin
like
Blue Lines next.
Thin Blue Lines. Okay. Have you seen any Michael Moore documentaries?
No.
I would say like maybe 2004 or something. He was at his peak, and he was like a force. He was like a media force. And then, I don't know, I think he went after the Bush administration, and then they just basically were like, well, you're done. What's next? Thin Blue Line. Okay, then what?
George Harrison, Living in the Material World.
Have you seen it?
No.
Okay, I haven't either, but I should probably check that one out.
It's 3.5 hours long.
Okay, well, I've got time. Thank God.
Then next is Searching for Sugar Man.
Riser loves that one. So does his mom. I need to watch that. I haven't seen it.
I've seen parts of it.
Okay, what's the next one?
13th.
13th is 13th?
An in-depth look at the prison system in the United States and how it was racial inequality.
Okay, what's the next one?
Inside Job.
Is it on? What's it on?
The 2008 financial crisis.
Okay. What's the next one?
Won't Be My Neighbor.
What's that about?
Television host, children's television host Fred Rogers.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Rogers.
yeah. Won't you be my neighbor? Okay, yeah. Mr. Rogers. Okay, what's next?
Armadillo.
Armadillo?
Yeah.
What's that about?
Danish soldiers are sent to Afghanistan in 2009 for 6 months.
Okay, what's the next one?
The Cove.
Oh, what is that? What is that one? I've heard of that one.
Using state-of-the-art equipment, a group of actors led by renowned dolphin trainer infiltrate a cove near Japan.
Yeah,
Exposed both a shocking instance of animal abuse and a serious threat to human health.
yeah, I've seen that one.
They shall not grow old.
I've seen that one too, or I've heard of it. What is it? It's like about children.
That's a World War One. No, it's about World War One.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Crumb is next.
Crumb?
Yeah.
What's that one about?
Controversial cartoonist Robert Crumb and his traumatized family. Fantastic Fungi.
What is Fantastic Fungi?
Fantastic Fungi is a descriptive time-lapse story about magical, mysterious, and medical world of fungi and their power to heal, sustain, and contribute to the pregnation of life on Earth. It began 3.5 billion years ago.
Oh,
Capturing the
fungi
fragments.
or fungi.
Yeah. Then capturing the fragments.
What's that?
Seamlessly typical upper middle class Jewish family whose whole world is instantly transformed when their father and his youngest son are arrested and charged with shocking and horrible crimes.
What's the name of that one?
Capturing the fragments.
Okay, what's the next one?
I Am Not Your Negro.
What's that about?
James Baldwin tells the story of race in modern America with his unfinished novel, Remember the House.
What's the next one?
This one just dark. A warning to brothels. Calcutta's red light kids.
That is dark.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's the next one?
Jesus Camp.
I've seen that. Have you seen that?
Going Clear, son. No.
Going Clear? I think I've seen that too. That's on Scientology.
It's Scientology and the Prison of Belief.
Yeah, I've seen that. Or something close to it. Okay, what's the next thing?
Deliver Us from Evil.
I think that one sounds familiar. What one's that about?
Sexual abuse in the Catholic Church.
Okay, what's the next one?
Taxi for the Dark Side.
Catch You Through the Dark Side?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that about?
Details of torture and interrogation practices during the war in Afghanistan.
Oh, that sounds awful. What's the next one?
4 Little Girls.
What is that?
Documentary of the notorious racial terrorists bombing by the Ku Klux Klan of the African Americans in the 6th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham during the Civil Rights Movement, which killed 4 young girls.
It's terrible. What's the next one?
Citizen 4.
What's that?
It's about a guy who goes to Hong Kong and he talks that a good start.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, what's the next one?
Burdens of Dreams.
What is that? What's that about? About what is that?
It's about a German filmmaker.
Okay.
Lake of Fire.
What is that?
A graphic documentary on both sides of the abortion debate.
Okay, what's the next one?
Into the Abyss.
What is that? I think I've heard of it.
Conversations with Death Row inmate Michael Perry and those affected by his crimes as an nation of white people in a state kill.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that. Okay, what's the next one?
Dimensions of Doubt.
What's that?
The documentary looks at pundits for hire who present themselves as scientific authorities as they speak out about topics like toxic chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and climate change.
Oh, interesting. Okay, what's the next one?
The wisdom and the trauma.
The what in the trauma?
Wisdom, mature, trauma. I'm not your guru.
Tony Robbins, I'm not your guru. Okay, and that's on Tony Robbins. What's the next one?
March of the Penguins.
All right, I have seen that one. Morgan Freeman narrates it. It's very good. I like the fact that the man takes care of the kids and the women are the ones who go out and get food and stuff. It's different. Okay, next one.
Hearts of Darkness, the filmmaker's Apocalypse. It's about Apocalypse Now.
Okay. What's the next one?
Earth.
It's just called Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that about?
Documentary TV series Planet Earth.
Oh, I've seen that. I'm surprised that's not number one. Everybody always thinks that's the best. Yeah, I've seen that.
Then the next one's DMT, the Spirit Model. Cool. And the next one you've talked about we've talked about this one. It's called Jim and Andy, The Great Beyond, featuring a Barrett.
What? We've talked about that?
Yeah, it's how Jim Carrey adopted the personality of comedian Andy Kaufman in The Sad Man on the Moon.
Okay, we've talked about it, but I haven't seen it. But yeah. Okay, what's the next one?
Religious.
Religious or religious?
Religious. Yeah, religious.
With Bill Maher?
Yeah.
Oh, no way. That's in the top 100? That's amazing.
It's 46.
That's like my favorite documentary.
47 is Give Me Shelter.
About the Rolling Stones and Martin Scorsese?
No. Give Me Shelter is about when 300,000 members of the Love Generation collided with a few dozen Hells Angels at Sanfrecce Speedway, the bloody slash that transported decades dream into a delusion and reveal more lives this film.
It's about
this film about the Rock.
Yeah, it's about the Rolling Stones, yeah. Okay. What else? What's the next one?
This film is not yet rated.
I've seen that. That's on the Motion Picture Society, right? The MPAA?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Okay, what's
The next one is Abducted in Plain Sight.
Oh, it's about alien abductions?
No, it's about a psychopathic neighbor who abducts that 12-year-old daughter.
Oh, that's terrible.
And the next one's Pumping Iron. That's all.
That's Arnold
So 50.
Schwarzenegger.
You should know what Pumping Iron is.
Yeah, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
So that's the 50th, according to IMDb, the 50th biggest movie, greatest movies, documentaries of all time.
It's IMDb. All right, do the movies now.
We're doing movies.
Yes, sir.
I'm only going to do the top 50.
Okay, were there more of the documentaries?
They only did up to 50.
Okay, let's do movies now.
I'm going to do up to 50. It's 250. But
Oh, yeah. No, well, that's way too many. Yeah, definitely.
The Shawshank Redemption, number 1. The
Okay.
Godfather, number 2.
Hold on.
3
Okay.
is The Dark Knight.
Dude, I can't believe The Dark Knight is 3. That, to me, is way too high, but I don't know. Maybe some people really like it. Obviously, they do. That's Christopher Nolan, right?
Yeah, I've got The Dark Knight, number 9 on my top 10 films.
It was too dark for me, but I don't know. Maybe I have to watch it again.
Number 4 is The Godfather Part 2. Number 5 is 12 Angry Men. Number 6 is The Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. Number 7 is Schindler's List. Number 8 is Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Number 9, Pulp Fiction. Number 10, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Number 11, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. 12, Forrest Gump. 13, Fight Club. 14, Inception. 15, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. 16, The Matrix. 17, Interstellar. 18, Goodfellas. 19, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. 20, 21, It's a Wonderful Life. 22, The Silence of the Lambs. 23, Saving Private Ryan. 24, Seven Samurai. 25, The Green Mile. 26, City of God. 27, Life is Beautiful.
That's your movie.
28, Terminator.
That's your movie. Okay.
28, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. 29, Back to the Future. 30, Star Wars, A New Hope. Kill Bill, 31, Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. I think that's both cuts. 32, Spirited Away. 33, Gladiator. 34, The Pianist. 35, Parasite. 36, Grave of the Fireflies. 37, Psycho. 38, Harakiri. 39, The Lion King. 40, The Departed. 41, The Whiplash. 42, The Prestige. 43, American History X. 44, Leon the Professional. 45, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. 46, Cinema Paradiso. 47, Casablanca. 48, The Untouchables. 49, The Usual Suspects. And 50, Django Unchained.
Do you agree with that list?
There's a few I'll take out.
What would you take out?
Kill Bill.
I understand that. What are your thoughts on What are your thoughts on Gladiator?
Gladiator?
Yeah.
Where was that? Was it in there?
Yeah, it was like 34,
Oh, 34. 33.
33.
I'll take Gladiator as well. Gladiator is just. I mean, Gladiator was good for its times, but we had more.
You would take out Gladiator?
Yeah. I mean, it's just not like a great, memorable film. It's just, it's a well-made film, but it's just not like I can't remember any of the characters' names. I can't remember any of the quotes. It's just like,
His name is like
I know I
something
watched
Maximus,
it,
something
this is-
Maximus. Father to a
This is-
slaughtered son, husband to a slaughtered wife. Some shit like that.
Yeah, but like, there's no like dialogue that anyone quotes from Gladiator, and there's no characters that everyone goes, "Ah, I love
Yeah,
that character from Gladiator."
there are. I think about this one all the time. What we do in the present echoes in eternity.
What?
What we do in the present echoes in eternity.
Who says that?
He does in the movie.
Okay. I need to watch it again. I'll take out Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse as well. That's
Yeah.
just,
How is that in it?
well, I haven't seen it, but I can't judge. But like, yeah, it's just there's probably better movies than that one.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that too. Is that a cartoon?
Yeah.
And they have it in the top whatever?
Yeah.
That's pretty ridiculous, don't you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's unreal. All right, here's my question for you, Zoot. What movie is missing from that list?
On this list?
Yep.
Wizard of Oz.
You think The Wizard of Oz is one of the best movies of all time?
I would put it in the top 50. Yeah.
Okay.
Wizard of Oz does have issues though.
Yeah, it does. But I can see that. Wizard of Oz is a classic, man. It's a complete classic. Like
Wizard of Oz, the biggest issue with Wizard of Oz, and this is the time it came out. The costume design is fucking atrocious.
Dog, there are no
Wizard of
black
Oz,
people in that movie. There are no Asian people in that movie. There are no Latinx people in that movie. The only thing that they have are white people. What about that?
Yeah. I mean, this movie was made before World War II, so
I get that. I could see people saying that was the best movie ever, though. Like if you said to me right now your list and Wizard of Oz is number one, I could see that. It was groundbreaking. especially when they're like it's all like black and white and then it turns to color. Like I'm sure people shit themselves when they saw that. I'm sure that was a lot of people the first time they've ever seen a colored movie, and it just was like it, their minds exploded.
I think it was the first color feature length film. I could be wrong.
Look it up. Was it?
No.
Okay, what was? Zoo, what was?
Visit to the Seaside 1908.
Nobody's seen that though. All right. What else is missing from that list, Zoo? So, do you remember when I asked you what else is missing from that list, and then you were just silent?
Yeah.
Okay, so what else is missing from that list?
They got Goodfellas and the Casino should be in there as well.
And Zoot, I think that's a really good observation. You know, Zoot.
Mystic River's missing.
Ooh, Mystic River.
Gran Torino's missing.
Hold on. You thought Mystic River is one of the top 15 movies of all time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it in the theater, dog. All I remember is just. All I remember is just about Boston. I didn't think it was that great. I think that Good Will Hunting is probably better. If you want a movie about Boston.
Gran Torino is missing as well.
Have you seen Dead Poet Society?
Yep.
All right, would you put that in there?
It'd be in the top 100.
Okay.
Slumdog Millionaire is also missing.
That's a good one. What about The Founder?
I think that's in the top 250 somewhere, but I wouldn't put it in the top 50.
Okay, I can live with that. You're better than Riser. Riser fell asleep during it and refuses to watch it.
I've seen it. Oh, I didn't like it that much.
Oh man, I love that movie. I've seen it like a bunch. Have you seen Across the Universe, the Beatles musical?
No. You know, if someone told me The Founder is their favorite movie, I wouldn't hate him for that. It would just be like, I just don't. It's just not my thing. It's like I can see how someone can enjoy it. There are good scenes in that movie, but yeah.
I get that. I get what you're saying. All right. What about What about? Have you seen E.T.?
Yeah,
Okay, would you put E.T. in that bad boy?
no,
You wouldn't put E.T. in
I'd
that?
put I'd put A.T. really high on a Spielberg list though, but I wouldn't put. E.T.'s just. E.T.'s just. Yeah.
Okay. There were like 5 Tom Hanks movies that you just named in there. Would you put Rain Man in there?
Top 50?
Yeah.
Probably in the top 100, not top 50.
Okay. Do you think that Tom Cruise deserves an Oscar ever?
Has he got one?
No. You know what they didn't put in that top list, but I think they should, and Reiser hasn't seen this movie, is Titanic.
Is there a lot of Scientologists in the Academy?
Yeah, just like any other religion, probably.
Probably why they haven't. If there's not a lot of Scientologists at the Academy, then they're probably not going to give him an Oscar.
No, dude, he's loved. He's like, he's Mr. He's been Mr. Hollywood for the last 40 years.
Even with his controversial role in Scientology?
Absolutely, man. He's been in Risky Business. He was in The Outsiders. He's like a teen actor. He was a teen heartthrob.
Yeah.
He's in Cocktail. He's in Top Gun. He's in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Jerry Maguire. He was in Vanilla Sky, which I haven't seen, but I should. Everybody talks like that's a really good one.
I don't think he really believes in the Scientology stuff. I think he just knows that he's at the top of the pyramid and he can get people to do whatever he wants for them.
I kind of agree with you on that. I think he recognizes that he's so big that he can be like a religion if he wants. He was in Eyes Wide Shut. He was in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Mission Impossible. He is Mission Impossible.
Yeah, Outsiders is a good movie. I haven't seen it since high school.
What is a good movie?
The Outsiders.
Dude, The Outsiders has like 7 really famous people in it.
Yeah, the kid from The Karate Kid, Johnny Depp, Charlie Sheen.
Yeah. Rob Lowe.
And Tom Cruise.
And Tom, yeah, I think
No, it wasn't Patrick Swayze, not Charlie Sheen.
Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen's brother. Do you know who?
And then the kid from The Karate Kid.
Yeah, Ralph Macchio.
Ralph.
Did you know that Emilio Estevez was in Mighty Ducks, and he's Charlie Sheen's brother.
Yeah. It's been like 15 years since I've watched The Outsiders. What's it about?
I haven't ever seen it.
So he found out the monkey was smoking on the chair and the store, the owner of the business, gotta stop selling or whatever.
What are your thoughts on? Have you seen Top Gun?
Yep.
What are your thoughts
No,
on?
I haven't.
You haven't seen Top Gun?
No.
It's amazing. Have you seen Cocktail?
No.
It's amazing.
No.
Have you seen Risky Business?
Francis Coppola. No. I didn't realize Francis Coppola was the director of Outsiders.
Do you know that his grandson is Nicolas Cage? And something like that. Look that up. I think that's true. And have you ever seen The Rock?
That's a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah, it is. It's his like first big one. Have you seen The Rock?
No.
That was a very popular movie when I was young because it was a rated R movie that they didn't show nudity. And so it was seen as like, I don't want to say family friendly, but they just cussed in it. That's it.
Who's this?
Who's what?
Who just joined?
Nobody. That's Brandon.
Hey, Rabbi, I gotta get my case cut in a sec.
You've got to get your keys cut?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Oh, you're getting new keys?
Yeah.
Okay, well, take care, big dog.
I'm gonna stay for a bit.
Okay, then let's keep talking movies. What's your favorite sports movie ever? Have you seen Remember the Titans?
Yeah, I was about to say that, but I was just like, oh, that's just like cliche. The other cliche answer was Moneyball. People say Moneyball. I think you would like Moneyball. Have you seen it?
Yeah, with Brad Pitt and about the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, there's so many boxing movies, but I don't think boxing count. Like, I don't count that as a sport movie.
Oh, no, that counts. Yeah, definitely. Rocky. All the Rockies. They're their own thing. Okay, but I understand if you don't want to count them. What's your favorite Will Ferrell movie?
And no. We go back to sports movies. I'm thinking.
Have you seen We Are Marshall?
I'm still thinking about sports movie.
Okay. The Blind Side?
No. What's the one called with the Jamaican bobsled team?
Cool Runnings, Tom.
Cool Runnings. Yeah,
You like Cool Runnings?
that's not my favorite. No, I just think that's a cool movie. But
What's your favorite cartoon?
cartoon movie?
Have you seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Same here. I fucking love that movie.
I don't know why they haven't had a sequel.
They were going to. It's all written. It's all like it's ready to go, but they just never made one. I think it was pretty
They
expensive.
made one?
There's like a. They were going to, I think, at the end of the 90s, but then they just ended up not doing it for some reason. I think it had to do with maybe Disney and Warner Brothers not getting along because they needed both Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse or something like that.
Yeah. They needed Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, that movie's the first time ever that Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are both shown on the big screen at the same time.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that fascinating? Do you know in the future what's going to be bigger, Mickey Mouse or Bugs Bunny?
Mickey Mouse.
Incorrect, Bugs Bunny, because Bugs Bunny has more cartoons than Mickey Mouse does. Mickey Mouse just really has movies that he did way back in the day. Bugs Bunny did like Looney Tune shorts, and there are way more of those.
Yeah, but Disney have theme parks.
So does Warner Brothers. They have
Maybe World in the Gold Coast.
What'd you say?
They have maybe World in the Gold Coast.
Oh, I don't know what that is, but they have Six Flags is their stuff. What's your favorite, aside from Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
What?
Favorite cartoon?
Cartoon movies?
Yeah. Yeah. like Lion King kind of video.
Trying to think. Man, all the Disney movies are good. Like all the old school Disney movies are good. Tarzan,
With Brendan.
Hercules.
Okay.
Did Brendan Fraser play that? No, he's not.
Did he what?
Brendan Fraser's not Tarzan.
Brendan Fraser was Tarzan. What did you say?
No, he wasn't.
Or no, he was George of the Jungle.
Yeah. With Angus T. Jones from 2.5 Men.
What about him?
He was in George of the Jungle.
Oh, was he?
I think he was in the second one. He might have been in the first one.
Do you like him?
I think he had a rough childhood.
Yeah, I do too. I feel badly for that kid. The things they used to say on that TV show in front of him as like a child, I can't believe that was like, wow. That
He's
show,
got fat now.
yeah, but I mean, that show was kind of scandalous.
He's fat and bald now.
Okay, well, everybody's got an issue.
He's rich though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he made out pretty well. Who's your favorite child actor?
Does River Phoenix count?
Sure. I don't really have it, I guess. I don't know. That one I don't Shipka Keenan Shipka. I think she did a good job in Mad Men.
Or maybe Hilary Duff.
Okay, yeah, that counts. Did you like Hilary Duff?
I mean, I don't know who didn't have a crush on Hilary Duff as a kid.
I didn't. But I was older than she was, or maybe we were the same age, but I had my mind on like chicks in their 20s and 30s when I was a teenager. I wasn't looking at girls who were like on Disney Channel. Like if they were on Disney Channel, I just assumed that they were like they were still growing. I want bitches who are mature already. What about Hannah Montana?
What about her?
Did you ever watch that show?
Yeah.
And what did you think of it?
It was fine. Would I watch it now? No, fuck no. But it was fine as a kid, you know. Just
Okay, do you prefer Pokemon or Digimon?
Pokemon.
Do you prefer Pokemon over all cartoons?
No.
Okay, what do you prefer more than Pokemon?
Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, that's interesting. Why Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, that's it. They're just the nostalgia for like the games and like the like growing up and waking up in the morning and watching like them like transform into like like going like watching like cards like the anime series like like as a kid and just watching like them like transform and they have the toys and stuff. It's just nostalgia.
Okay, did you ever watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Yep.
Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle?
Michelangelo.
Of course. Great choice.
But so I grew up with a different Ninja Turtles to you. I grew up like with the really mature, dark one. You grew up with the cartoony one.
Yeah, dude. What one were you meant? You meant the the movie?
Nah, I grew up with a series that came out in 2003. It was called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, it was called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And you grew up with the more like 80s, 60s one, where it was more cartoony.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't 60s, it was 80s, dog.
80s and 90s, I think. 80s and 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally true. I remember thinking it was so controversial. There's a part of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where the movie, dude, when that movie came out, it was like, I remember when it came out, I came home from school and it was on, my parents got it for me on video. And I watched that movie like 1,000 times. And they had a thing that was like, in that movie, they're supposed to be with like the bad guys or whatever, and the bad guys are like smuggling stuff. And I remember them saying regular or menthol, and I didn't know what that meant. And I kept asking, "What's regular or menthol mean?" And my parents are like, "You understand when you're older," not knowing that they were referencing cigarettes. Like that's the bad part of that movie. They're smuggling cigarettes. Maybe they say regular and menthol. Do you remember that scene? I doubt you do. It's like,
On what? Teenage Ninja Turtles?
yeah. It's like really brief, but that's okay. Dude, I remember listening to the song at the end, pretending that I was a Ninja Turtle. That shit was
Oh, is that the live action maybe?
Yeah, and that was like the first time they were on. Like you saw them not as a cartoon, and it was massive. Dude, they made a video game for the Nintendo Entertainment System, and the video game was so hard, I still to this day have not beaten it. And I'll watch like the angry video game nerd play it, and he'll like get so pissed off about it because they made it like purposefully too hard to beat. There was a thing back in the day that games would make their games too hard so that you couldn't beat the whole game over the course of a weekend. Because a lot of people, when you would like games were really expensive, and you would rent them as opposed to buying them, and they'd make them so that they were just difficult enough so that you wouldn't be able to beat it over the course of a weekend, and then you'd go and have to rent it again.
Yeah, they did that. So like, yeah, they, yeah. Like games now, you can finish in a day.
I mean, some you can, but not like Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto would take you like
2 days.
2 or 3 weeks.
2 per day.
No way. Nobody.
If you glitch, if you find some speed running glitches, you can finish Grand Theft Auto.
Nobody's beaten Grand Theft Auto in 2 days. No way. You need at least 50 hours to do it. Probably.
Let me check with speedrun.com.
Okay.
5 hours and 36 minutes.
Okay, but you like, does that mean that you're skipping all of the cut screens and everything? Wait, is that for?
Yeah, this is all paper.
Is that for Los Santos Grand Theft Auto 5?
Yep.
Wow. Okay, what about Grand Theft Auto 4?
Probably less.
Potentially. But you got to think that
3 hours and 34 minutes. 3 hours and 19 minutes.
Are they using cheat codes? I mean, I guess if you know where all of the stuff is stored, then I guess you could do it really quickly, but even still, that seems really fast. That's like the world record, though. I get that.
That's on PC. On PlayStation, it says like on Xbox, it says it takes like 8 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because it's just the loading alone, it takes a long time. Do they include loading in that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I mean, but don't some people's systems load faster than others, I guess? Maybe?
These are all on PC.
Okay. So that, I mean, that's still not super fast.
I mean, you can get a faster PC than someone else. You can't get a faster console than someone else, usually. All consoles are usually the same hardware, usually. Unless...
Right, I'm in agreement with you on that. Okay. What's your favorite Batman?
Movie?
Yeah.
Or character?
Movie. Have you seen Batman, the first one?
The Dark Knight. But the new Batman's close, like the Robin Batman's close. But if the next movie is good in the series, I'll say, like, yeah, like the Batman's a good intro movie because the Batman Begins isn't a great intro movie, but the Dark Knight is a good movie.
Have you seen the original Batman from 1989?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it?
My favorite Batman's like from the comics is the Arkham Batman.
What is Arkham versus Gotham?
What?
What's Arkham versus Gotham?
Arkham is inside Gotham. It's the mental asylum inside Gotham.
Oh. And you like that one?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Batman bad guy?
Riddler.
Okay, that's the correct answer. Okay, then who?
Red Hood.
What's Red Hood?
Red Hood is Jason Todd, who was the original Robin. Red Hood's the original Robin who's turned evil.
Is it scary?
What?
Is it scary?
No. He's just evil. In the games, he's also his in the games he's the Arkham Knight.
Okay. Do you like the Joker?
Joker's okay, but it's been done so many times it's just repetitive.
Do you like Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, but he hasn't been done well yet.
Dude, Arnold Schwarzenegger did a really good job.
No, he didn't.
Stay cool. Yeah, dude, he was amazing.
His performance has been up all the time. Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Peace out, Zoo. Good talking to you. Zoo, your mic's still on. Zoo, your mic's still on.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Peace.
Daughters are named. The couple had other daughters whose names do not survive. While Hawass does not rule out this sister adopting the name Kia after marrying Akhenaten, he argues that Tutankhamun's mother was an unnamed sister of Akhenaten, whom he took as a minor wife. However, many Egyptologists still contend Nefertiti could have been Tutankhamun's mother, as DNA evidence from 3,400 years ago is not always reliable. The data could also be the result of 3 generations of first cousin marriage, which is what is sometimes proposed for Nefertiti's ancestry. If this view is correct, this would make Nefertiti the mother of Tutankhamun. The chronology of the later Amarna period is disputed, and depending on how the evidence is interpreted, Tutankhamun may have been born as late as year 11 of Akhenaten's reign, or more likely around year 8. The inscriptions at Amarna show that in around the year 9, a full name for the Aten underwent a fundamental change, dropping the reference to Ra-Harakti as well as the old air god, Shu, although the independent form of Ra continues to be associated with the Aten. The name change may have coincided with the prescription of the Theban creator god, Amun, following which the god's name and images were subject to widespread erasure, even when it featured in the names of individuals such as Amenhotep III. The prescription of Amun is held as one of the defining moments of the Amarna period, as Akhenaten sought to transform Egypt's traditional polytheistic religion into a monotheistic faith, with the Aten or sun disk as the sole god. While some scholars have argued that the prescription of Amun took place early in Akhenaten's reign, the evidence at Amarna suggests that for several years, Amun and the Aten coexisted, and that while Akhenaten considered the Aten the preeminent god, Amun continued to be revered by the wider population until some catalyst prompted the king, during his reign, to completely eradicate the cult of Amun. Perhaps a crisis such as the advent of a terrible plague which swept through the late Bronze Age world at this time. Although, yet, while Akhenaten may have withheld funding for the restoration of temples to other traditional gods, there is nothing to suggest that he proactively prevented their worship or defaced their images. The pharaoh himself might have exclusively worshipped the Aten and prescribed Amun for challenging the Aten as the primary god, but he still possibly believed in the existence of other gods in the traditional Egyptian pantheon and did nothing to stop people from worshipping them. This would mean that Akhenaten's religious revolution was not as radical as often suggested, though it would have been in the interests of the later kings who restored the traditional religion to claim that Akhenaten had attempted to completely eliminate the old gods. Nevertheless, the new Atenist ideology represented a major religious, social, and political change. This was accompanied by the new Amarna style of art, which was already on display in Karnak. The representation of Akhenaten and Nefertiti in exaggerated and unnatural forms in the statues produced of them may have been incorporated for some shock value to signal the beginning of a new age. Over time, the Amarna style matured into a more refined style, smoothing out the angular contours of the early Amarna period. While all the monumental statues of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and the royal family in Amarna have been destroyed, a number of smaller figures have survived intact, as have a collection of heads from a workshop belonging to a sculptor named Thutmose. This was where the iconic bust of Nefertiti was discovered in 1912 by German archaeologists. Ludwig Borchardt, the leader of the excavation team, wrote of the bust, "Egyptian sculptors hardly ever attempted to express any emotion in the faces of their artworks, but this face is the embodiment of serenity and composure." While the bust does not contain any inscriptions identifying it as Nefertiti, the tall, flat-topped blue crown is unique to Nefertiti and can be seen in other depictions of the queen found at Amarna and elsewhere in Egypt. It has since become one of the most iconic works of art from Egyptian antiquity and transformed the queen into an icon of feminine beauty, inspiring the work of pioneering figures like the 20th century Mexican artist Frida Kahlo. In addition to the bust, the same workshop contained an unfinished head of
Imagine you were so hot like
quartzite. This
2,000 years ago and people still think you're hot.
in which the queen's eyes and eyebrows would have been made from materials such as calcite and obsidian, whose natural tones would have given colour to the finished item. The 12th year of Akhenaten's reign, around 1341 BC or so, depending on how we interpret the chronology, appears to have been the zenith of the Amarna period. Two similar reliefs, or pieces of wall art from different tombs in Amarna, carry text which state that during this year Akhenaten and Nefertiti received tribute from the rulers of the Levant, stretching from what is now Gaza all the way north to the Lebanon, a land primarily inhabited by the Canaanites and Phoenicians at the time. There were rich trading cities here, like Tyre and Sidon, which were valuable to those who could control them. The pharaoh also received submissions from the Nubians to the south in Sudan and the desert people to the west in Libya. The inscription runs, "All countries collected together at one time, and the land in the midst of the sea, bringing offerings to the king upon the great throne of Akhtaten for receiving the goods of every land, granting to them the breath of life." One shows the royal couple being carried to the festivities in a litter, while the other shows them receiving gifts alongside their 6 daughters. The fact that the festivities are explicitly dated to the year 12 suggests that it was not a recurring event or symbolic representation of Egyptian power, but rather some special occasion. While the reliefs themselves do not give an explicit reason for the international gathering to take place at this time, Dodson posits that the celebration might mark the completion of the city of Akhtaten. At the time, the city was over 7 years old, and bodies from workers' cemeteries at Amarna show signs of heavy labour, suggesting that the main ceremonial structures in the city may have already been completed by this time. Not long after this great celebration, which served as a demonstration of Egypt's superiority over its neighbours and rivals, a series of tragedies began to befall the royal family, and by extension the whole kingdom. The 2 youngest girls, Neferure and Setempenre, died first and were buried in the royal tomb, followed soon after by the second daughter, Rekataten, who was shown in her tomb chamber, being mourned by her parents and surviving sisters, Meritaten, Ankesetamaten, and Neferuaten Tasheret. While the cause of death of the princess is not explicitly stated, the death of Queen Mother Tiye at around the same time is suggestive of a deadly plague in Oman, potentially brought to the city by the international guests who gathered for the celebration. Year 12 may also have marked the marriage of Meritaten and Smenkare, one of the most enigmatic figures of the Amarna period. The tomb chapel that shows the celebration of Year 12 with the royal couple and their 6 daughters bears an adjacent unfinished relief depicting Smenkare and Meritaten offering some reward to the deceased individual. Several artifacts, including ones found by Howard Carter in Tutankhamun's tomb, name Smenkare as a king, with the throne name Ankeperure Smenkare, and the middle coffin of Tutankhamun may have initially been made for him. Smenkare's identity and origins remain a mystery, but he is a candidate for the mummy discovered in the otherwise empty tomb, KV-55, in the Valley of the Kings. Based on the inscriptions on the coffin, the individual was a king of the Amarna period, and was therefore either Smenkare or Akhenaten. The mummy was among those subjected to DNA analysis in 2010. This concluded that the mummy was the father of Tutankhamun and died in his 40s, seeming to indicate that it was the body of Akhenaten, though the DNA tests cannot be trusted 100%, especially at a time when familial intermarriage amongst the royals was so common. Therefore, many scholars believe that the individual died in his early 20s, ruling out Akhenaten and leaving Smenkare as the only candidate. If Smenkare had been a younger brother of Akhenaten, this would identifying the KV-55 mummy as the father of Tutankhamun, since the two brothers would have had the same genetic material. The dating of Smenkare's reign as king is also a source of dispute among scholars. While some Egyptologists believe that Nefertiti adopted the male name Smenkare and ruled for 3 years after Akhenaten's death, others argue that he was appointed co-regent by Akhenaten and died after a short reign. While it would be unusual for Akhenaten to appoint a younger brother as co-ruler when he already had a son, Tutankhaten, the decision may have been prompted by the plague that claimed so many members of the royal family at this time. Anxious about his own mortality, Akhenaten would have recognized that his son, who was no older than 4 years old, could not have become king without some form of regency government to rule during his childhood years. Thus, in order to ensure the survival of his religious revolution, which clearly was disapproved of by many people, Akhenaten needed a trusted family member to rule alongside Tutankhaten in the event of his own death. Smenkare's marriage to Meritaten would have taken place in tandem with his elevation to the kingship, bringing the possibility of more heirs of royal blood with the marriage. In the event, Smenkare is believed to have died after a relatively brief reign, possibly of the same disease that had carried away the royal princesses. Following Smenkare's death, there were no more suitable male candidates to protect the new religion as Akhenaten intended. He therefore turned to his great royal wife, Nefertiti, who was henceforth depicted wearing the conical royal blue crown commonly worn by kings of the Egyptian New Kingdom. While this is an indication of Nefertiti's elevated status, a piece of graffiti from a quarry north of Amana, dating from late in Akhenaten's reign, continues to use her title of Great Royal Wife rather than King. While there had been precedents for female kings in Egypt, most notably with Hatshepsut a few generations earlier, there may have been a degree of unease about making Nefertiti a king, since she herself was not the daughter of a pharaoh. At some point between when his graffiti was produced and Akhenaten's death about a year later, most likely in mid-1330s BC, Nefertiti appears to have become a full king. Among the artifacts uncovered from Tutankhamun's tomb is a box referring to a king named Ankeperure Neferneferuaten. The same box also refers to Akhenaten and Meritaten, with her title of Great Royal Wife. In 1928, the British Egyptologist Percy Newbery argued that owing to the same throne names, Neferneferuaten and Smenkare were the same person, and the box was catalogued as belonging to Smenkare. This was the prevailing view for 4 decades, until the 1970s, when a new theory emerged that Neferneferuaten's throne name was often written in the feminine form, Ankheperure, following in the example of Hatshepsut, who used both masculine and feminine versions of her throne name. Since Neferneferuaten had been one of Nefertiti's names while she was Akhenaten's great royal wife, Harris believed that King Neferneferuaten was Nefertiti. He continued to identify her with Smenkare, claiming that she was co-regent while Neferneferuaten, but adopted the male name Smenkare after Akhenaten's death when she became an independent ruler. Further research in the early 21st century confirmed Neferneferuaten as a female ruler, owing to the epithet beneficial for her husband, and appeared to distinguish between a male Smenkare and a female Neferneferuaten. While Nefertiti is now considered the leading candidate for King Neferneferuaten, her eldest daughter, Meritaten, has also been proposed as a candidate, though this would be at odds with the box which names Meritaten as Great Royal Wife alongside Neferneferuaten. other objects from Tutankhamun's tomb appear to have been made during the co-regency of Akhenaten and Neferuaten. One temple decoration from Amarna, later reused at El Ashmanin, appears to represent Akhenaten and Neferuaten as kings alongside much smaller female figure understood to be their daughter, Ankhesenpalaten. Neferuaten was named king up to a year before Akhenaten's death, an indication that poor health or political opposition compelled Akhenaten to raise his wife to full kingship prior to his death. That Neferuaten continued to be king after Akhenaten's death is attested by another piece of graffiti from a tomb chapel at the Sheikh Abd al-Qurna necropolis on the west bank of Thebes, also known as the Valley of the Nobles. Dated to the 3rd year of Neferuaten's reign, it includes partial epithets that are usually interpreted as Mary Arten or Beloved of Arten, but it could also be understood as Beloved of Amun. This seems unlikely given Nefertiti's prominent role as a champion of the Artemist faith, though the fact that the graffiti also includes a prayer to Amun indicates that Neferuaten stopped the persecution of the cult of Amun. Furthermore, the piece states that the person who made it was a priest employed at the sanctuary of King Ankheperure in Thebes. While this could refer to Neferuaten, the name of Ankheperure in the graffiti is not combined with any epithet, as would be expected for Neferuaten, whilst Menkare's throne name is invariably shown without any epithets. While the presence of a sanctuary in Menkare's name hosting a cult of Amun at Thebes seems unlikely, given that he predeceased Akhenaten, the banning of the worship of Amun could have taken place at a later date after Menkare's death, and while construction work would have stopped during the persecution of the cult of Amun, it may have restarted a few years later after Akhenaten's death. While some scholars have argued that Neferuaten reigned for 3 years as sole king before the accession of Tutankhaten upon her death, it is more likely that Akhenaten's son succeeded his father directly and ruled alongside Neferuaten. After becoming king at the age of 8, Tutankhaten took his 11-year-old sister, Ankhesenpalaten, as his great royal wife. One of his first tasks was to preside over the burial of his late father. At the time of Akhenaten's burial, his tomb had already received the bodies of his mother Queen Tiye, his daughters Mekhetaten, Neferure, and Setenpenre, and possibly also his first co-ruler and presumed younger brother, Smenkare. Although a space in the tomb had been intended for Nefertiti, the tomb was sealed off after Akhenaten's body was placed in his red sarcophagus and placed within the main burial chamber, and new tombs were cut into the rock. A throne from Tutankhamun's tomb indicates that he and his sister wife initially kept their Arten names after Akhenaten's death, and the front of the throne features a scene in which the young royal couple are shown underneath the rays of the Arten. However, a stele of unclear provenance, but supposedly from Amarna, shows Tutankhaten making offerings to Amun and his wife Mut, indicating that worship of Amun was once again permitted. Such a decision is likely to have been taken by Neferuaten out of political necessity after her husband's death, though she may not have been as radical in her religious beliefs as he had been, and was content to restore the worship of Amun alongside the Arten. In the 3 years after Akhenaten's death, the members of the royal family kept their Arten names. The capital remained in Amarna, the cult of Amun was restored, and the state once again supported the cults of traditional gods. A stele from the Temple of Karnak, known as the Restoration Stele of Tutankhamun, states that the temples and sanctuaries of the old gods had been neglected, and as a result, the gods no longer protected the land, implying that the misfortunes that had afflicted the kingdom since Akhenaten's reign were a result of the new theology. This must surely have been primarily a reference to the terrible plague that ravaged the Near East at this time. Since the restoration stela was issued in Tutankhamun's name, it is likely to date from the period of his sole rule after Neferuaten's death, although it is possible that the restoration was credited to
I'm just chilling.
Tutankhamun
Hope
for
you're doing well.
political reasons. The construction of new tombs in the Royal Wadi after Akhenaten's death appears to indicate that the capital was intended to remain.
Oh, my Discord, if you want to talk. Discord.me/rabbi.
Which reached 45
Discord.me
meters up the mountain before work stopped, may
/rabbi.
have been initially intended for Smenkhare and then continued for Nefertiti as Neferuaten. TA-27 was begun later and was probably intended for Tutankhaten as queen and later as female king. Neferuaten would have had funerary items made by rock craftsmen to accompany her into the tomb upon her death. Many items from the tomb of Tutankhamun appear to have been initially intended for Neferuaten, including several small statues which show a female form despite being labeled as Tutankhamun, and other reworked items where traces of Neferuaten's name can still be seen underneath Tutankhamun's name. Some of Neferuaten's grave goods that were used for Tutankhamun's burial may have initially been intended for Smenkhare. In particular, Tutankhamun's middle coffin with its distinctively male head appears to have been made for Smenkhare, taken over by Neferuaten, and eventually used by Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun's sarcophagus also has signs of being reworked, though it is unclear whether this was merely to change his name from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamun, or if the original name had been Neferuaten. The fact that a large number of funerary items intended for Neferuaten ended up being used by Tutankhamun indicates that her reign ended abruptly, and she was not buried as a king. If the mummy of the younger lady is indeed Neferuaten Nefertiti, then it strengthens the case for a violent death. The mummified remains are missing a large part of the left cheek, and while this was traditionally believed to have been the result of a botched mummification process or post-mortem vandalism, CT scans indicate that the wound was inflicted while the individual was still alive and was probably the cause of her death. Evidence from the body indicates that the younger lady died between the ages of 25 and 35. This would correspond to the idea that Nefertiti married Akhenaten in her mid-teens, served as great royal wife for most of his 17-year reign, became King Neferuaten shortly before Akhenaten's death, and ruled for 3 years before her violent end. One theory for Neferuaten's murder is that her efforts to steer a middle path between the Amun and the Aten cults did not satisfy the conservatives who hoped to see a wholesale restoration of the old religion. Alternatively, she could have been killed by extremist Atenists who believed that her moderation was a betrayal of Akhenaten's legacy. Although Neferuaten Nefertiti's father, Ai, would become the dominant figure in Tutankhamun's government following her death, this does not necessarily mean that he was responsible for instigating the murder of his daughter. Zahi Hawass rejects the identification of the younger lady with Nefertiti and instead argues that the two unidentified female bodies from tomb KV-21 in the Valley of the Kings are those of Nefertiti and her daughter, Ankhesenamun, who is also unaccounted for. The bodies are in a poor state of preservation, with many missing parts, making it difficult to analyze the remains and properly identify them. Neferuaten's death left Tutankhaten as the sole king. Again, the chronology of these events is far from certain, but Nefertiti's death appears to have occurred around 1330 BC, by which time Tutankhamun was around 11 years old. His government was dominated by Ai, Nefertiti's father, who would himself become king after the boy's death. The former regent was Horemheb, a general who would succeed Ai as king, and may have married Nefertiti's sister Uninjit to legitimize his rule. The two men were responsible for decisively moving away from Artemism, and the young king and queen took the names Tutankhamun and Ankhesenamun to symbolize the restoration of the old religion. Indeed, there was a violent reaction against the heresy Akhenaten and Nefertiti were judged to have presided over. The temple of Aten at Karnak was dismantled, and the images of Akhenaten and Nefertiti in the distinctive Amarna style were chipped away at and repurposed for the construction of temples dedicated to Tutankhamun. Thebes was re-established as the capital. The gradual abandonment of Amarna meant removing the bodies from the royal tombs at Amarna to Thebes, while the bodies of Akhenaten, Smenkhare, and Tiye were moved to KV-55. The three young princesses, Mekhetaten, Neferure, and Selimpenre, remain unaccounted for. The remains of Neferuaten may have also initially been placed in an unidentified tomb. Alternatively, if she is the younger lady, then Nefertiti may have been buried in KV-55 before being moved to KV-35 along with Tiye, who has been identified as the elder lady in KV-35. Another hypothesis is that Tutankhamun's famous tomb, KV-62, was initially a simple tomb where Nefertiti was buried. Then, when Tutankhamun died unexpectedly at a young age, the tomb was extended and decorated for the king, while Nefertiti's mummy was moved into KV-35. A further rearrangement of the Amarna bodies may have taken place at this time, as Akhenaten and Tiye were removed from KV-55. The former's body may have been destroyed by fire, while the latter joined Nefertiti in KV-35. Smenkhare was left inside the tomb with his names erased from his coffin. After the death of Tutankhamun, possibly from a hunting accident, his successors embarked on a wholesale campaign to erase Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and Tutankhamun, and the cult of Aten, which they were so firmly associated with, from history. While this process was initiated by Ai, after his brief reign, his name was also excised from history by Horemheb, who would rule for a decade and a half as the final king of the 18th dynasty. In the official lists of Egyptian kings from the temples of the 19th dynasty kings, Seti I and Ramses II, Horemheb is shown as Amenhotep III's direct successor with a reign of over 30 years. Despite these efforts, when the Egyptian priest and historian Manetho compiled a major list of Egyptian kings or pharaohs in the 3rd century BC, by which time Egypt was under Greek rule, he gave the names of the 5 kings that may correspond to the rulers of the Amarna period. 3 of these are named Akhencheres, which might refer to Akhenaten, or the 2 kings named Ankheperure. The Akhencheres at the beginning of the list is identified as a woman, indicating that even after 1,000 years after Horemheb's efforts to erase their names, there were some fragmentary records of the Amarna kings, including a female ruler, who most likely was Nefertiti. However, the arrival of Christianity and the suppression of the traditional pagan cults in Egypt at the end of the 4th century AD meant that knowledge of the Egyptian hieroglyphics was lost. Until the Rosetta Stone was deciphered in the early 19th century, nearly all knowledge of ancient Egypt was derived from classical or biblical sources. Kia's expedition to Egypt in 1798 inspired a great wave of interest in ancient Egypt in Europe. Over the following decades, with reference to Manetho's king list and monumental inscriptions, scholars gradually pieced together a list of kings as represented in hieroglyphics. However, the kings of the late 18th dynasty, represented by the Amarna period, continued to pose problems. Although Jean-François Champollion was already aware of Akhenaten's name in 1824, he could not find a satisfactory match in Manetho's list and placed him in the 20th dynasty instead. During this period, scholars also began to notice the unusual elements of the statues and temples produced at Amarna and elsewhere in the middle of the 14th century BC. They began calling it the Amarna style. While Champollion is credited with deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphics, some hieroglyphics were commonly misinterpreted, and it took several decades before scholars could read texts fluently. The first mention of Nefertiti in print may date from a letter written in 1838 from the French Egyptologist Nestor Lode, who refers to Nofré as the great royal wife of Bach-Atnra, whom he identifies with Apachnas of the 15th dynasty in Manetho's list. By the 1840s, it was established that Akhenaten was the same person as Amenhotep IV and a son of Amenhotep III, with Nefertiti as his wife. Interest in Nefertiti revived in the late 19th century with the discovery of the Amarna letters, clay tablets written in cuneiform script and containing diplomatic correspondence between Akhenaten and foreign courts. These shed much further light on the Amarna period. These letters, together with a major excavation at the site in 1891 to 1892 by British Egyptologist Philetus Petrie, shed additional light on an obscure period of Egyptian history. The idea that the art and cult may have been monotheistic was of considerable interest to religious scholars who noted similarities with Old Testament psalms. In 1911, Ludwig Borchardt began a survey of the residential districts in the south of Amarna, where the workshop of the sculptor Thutmose was found in late 1912. Among the finds was the bust of Nefertiti, which was immediately recognized as a spectacular artistic treasure. Although the finds were transported to the Egyptian Museum in Cairo to receive their export stamps, Borchardt diverted the bust to his house in Cairo and had it transported privately to Berlin, where it was given to his financial backer, James Simon. The bust and other items from the 1912 excavation season were exhibited privately at the Neues Museum in Berlin in October 1913, where Kaiser Wilhelm II went to see it. He was later presented with a copy of it commissioned by Simon. When the other artifacts were exhibited publicly in November, Borchardt insisted that Nefertiti's bust be excluded from the display, knowing the outrage it might generate in Egypt that it had been taken to Germany. The outbreak of the First World War the following summer prevented the Germans from returning to Amarna in 1914, and after the war, the British Egyptian Exploration Society took over the work there. In 1921, British archaeologist Leonard Woolley excavated a site known as the Marubaten, now known to be the sunshade of Kia. At the time, Nefertiti was Akhenaten's only known wife, and the monument's usurpation by Menetaten led Woolley to conclude that Nefertiti had fallen into disgrace. The idea of a split between Akhenaten and Nefertiti remained the prevailing view for several decades, and inspired a theory that Akhenaten took Smenkhare as his young male lover after Nefertiti was eclipsed. It was only the discovery of Kia's name in 1959 that led scholars to consider Kia as the original owner of the monument. famous discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter in November 1922 inspired further interest in the Amarna period due to his family connections with Akhenaten and Nefertiti. A few months later, in March 1923, Nefertiti's bust was first revealed to the public in Germany. In July 1920, James Simon had transferred ownership of the Amarna finds to the Egyptian Museum. Although Borchardt continued to be opposed to the Nefertiti bust being put on public display, he was persuaded by the museum's director to publish a scholarly paper on the bust. Borchardt's publication and the public exhibition of the bust led the Egyptian authorities to claim that the artifacts export in 1913 had been a mistake. Negotiations to exchange the bust with important items from the Cairo Museum were met with public outrage, and the state government of Prussia withdrew its consent for the exchange. After the Nazis came to power in Germany, Hermann Goering proposed returning the bust to Egypt in his capacity as Minister-President of Prussia, but the effort to strengthen diplomatic relations with Egypt was denied by Adolf Hitler, who wanted to keep the bust in Germany as the centerpiece of a new Egyptian museum. Shortly before the outbreak of the Second World War, the bust was removed from the Neues Museum for safekeeping. After remaining in bunkers in Berlin for most of the war, it was taken to a salt mine in Thuringia in March 1945 as Soviet troops advanced on Berlin. Though the bust was recovered by the US Army, the American authorities refused to repatriate the artifact to Egypt, arguing that it was still under German ownership. Since the Neues Museum was badly damaged during the Second World War, the bust and other Egyptian artifacts were deposited at several locations around Berlin until 2009, when it was returned to the restored Neues Museum. The bust's return to public display has inspired further calls from Egyptian authorities for its return to Egypt and display as a major centerpiece of the newly opened Grand Egyptian Museum. Like Tutankhamun, Nefertiti has defied the efforts of the post-Amarna kings to consign her into oblivion, and has instead become one of the most famous figures in ancient Egypt. Despite 2 centuries of interest in her, the details of her life remain patchy, and any coherent narrative of her life relies on making a series of assumptions that might be proven false by new evidence. Nefertiti was seemingly the daughter of Ai and an unnamed sister of Amenhotep III. She married Amenhotep IV, the future Akhenaten, in her mid-teens. The couple would have 6 daughters and 1 son. In year 4 of her husband's reign, which started around the very middle of the 14th century BC, the royal court and household moved to Akhetaten. Amenhotep IV changed his name to Akhenaten, and Nefertiti added Neferuaten to her name as they began reorientating the state religion towards the worship of Aten, the sun disk. While Akhenaten and Nefertiti exclusively worshipped the Aten, the cults of the other gods were still in place until the proscription of Amun in around the 9th year of Akhenaten's reign. In year 12, shortly after a great celebration to mark the completion of the city of Akhetaten, a plague claimed the lives of 3 young princesses and the queen mother, Tiye. This prompted Akhenaten to make his younger brother, Smenkare, co-regent, anticipating that he could protect the young Tutankhaten and protect the Atenist religion that he was trying to establish throughout Egypt. When Smenkare died shortly thereafter, Akhenaten gave Nefertiti a kingly crown, though she was not made a full king until very shortly before Akhenaten's death. As King Ankheperure Neferuaten, she pursued a policy of religious moderation and revived the cult of Amun. She reigned for 3 years as until dying violently during a political upheaval. I and Horemheb assumed the reins of government on behalf of the young king, now called Tutankhamun. Nefertiti's remains were brought to Thebes. She was denied the burial honors of a king, and many of her funerary items were used for the burial of Tutankhamun instead. The issue of whether she is synonymous with the younger lady and whether or not she was the mother of Tutankhamun remains a major point of scholarly debate. Continuing examination of the various royal tombs and the mummies within them from the 14th century BC, using ever-evolving scientific methods, may shed further light on all of this in years to come. For instance, further study of the mummies in KV-21 may support Zahir Hawass' theory that Nefertiti was buried there, or her body might still lay undiscovered alongside her daughters, somewhere within the Valley of the Kings or Queens. Then again, new evidence might raise as many questions as it answers, and perhaps scholars will never reach a consensus on the course of Nefertiti's life, or of the Amarna period as a whole. What do you think of Nefertiti? Was she the mother of Tutankhamun? And to what extent was she involved in the restoration of the cult of Amun? Did her reign end with her brutal murder? And if so, why do you think this might have occurred? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 2nd of October in the year 48 BC. Gaius Julius Caesar has arrived in Egypt, landing in the capital, Alexandria. He is here to catch Pompeius Magnus, his foe in a civil war for control of the Roman Republic. However, upon landing, Caesar learns that Pompey has been killed by the servants of Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII, Philopator. Displeased with Pompey's killing, Caesar distances himself from the boy Pharaoh and soon turns against him after forming a relationship and alliance with his co-ruler and sister, who wants to rule Egypt herself, and perhaps, with Caesar's help, an empire. Her name, Cleopatra, the last queen of Ptolemaic Egypt. The woman known to history as Queen Cleopatra VII of Egypt was most likely born early in 69 BC in the city of Alexandria, the capital of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt. Though her date of birth is uncertain, and it could have been in late 17 BC, her name is derived from the Greek word kleos, meaning glory, and pater, meaning father, so her name effectively meant glory to her father. It was a common name within her family, and many Egyptian queens in the century and a quarter before her birth were also called Cleopatra. Her father was Ptolemy XII, the Basileus, king or pharaoh of Egypt since 80 BC. The identity of Cleopatra's mother is less clear. It is presumed that it was Cleopatra V, a surprisingly mysterious queen of Egypt, who only appears in a few fragmentary records, but who was definitely a wife of Ptolemy XII. The Egyptian kings, though, were known to practice both incest and polygamy, which confuses matters and makes it hard to be sure if Cleopatra V was her mother or not. If she was, she possibly died when her daughter was a toddler, though again, this is not certain. Cleopatra had several siblings. Two sisters, named Berenike and Arsinoe, are attested to, as are two brothers, both of whom were called Ptolemy, like their father, the name that virtually every male member of the royal family in Egypt at this time was given, creating a challenge for historians. Whether these brothers and sisters were full siblings or half siblings of Cleopatra's is unknown, though we can say that Ptolemy XII was definitely their father in each instance. Cleopatra was born 2.5 centuries into the inception of Ptolemaic rule in Egypt. The Ptolemaic kingdom was one of the successor states to the empire that Alexander the Great had swiftly conquered and briefly ruled in the 4th century BC. Alexander had conquered Egypt from the Persian Empire in 331 BC and ordered the construction of a new city at the mouth of the river Nile Delta, which he named Alexandria. He then left the country and headed eastwards, conquering all of Persia and campaigning to India, beyond the edges of the known world. His untimely death in 323 BC, at just 32 years of age, had opened up a succession crisis, as Alexander's only legitimate child was still in his mother's womb at the time, and there was no consensus as to who should rule in his stead until he came of age. A civil war consequently erupted amongst Alexander's generals and close companions for control of various parts of the empire. One of them was Ptolemy, a Macedonian general of considerable repute, who enjoyed support among some sections of the army. Over the next several years, In what have become known as the Wars of the Diadochi, or Crown Princes, Ptolemy established himself as ruler of Egypt, while several others secured control over other parts of the empire. Eventually, Alexander's child and heir, Alexander IV, was murdered in 309 BC. The Diadochi dropped the pretense of fighting to preserve the empire for Alexander's child and established their own kingdoms. Ptolemy became King Ptolemy I. In addition to Egypt, he secured control over parts of Libya, the island of Cyprus, and much of the Levant north along the coast towards modern-day Lebanon. The great rival of the Ptolemies here, which they would fight with in many wars, was the Seleucid Empire, which ruled from central Turkey east to Persia. The kingdom of Macedon controlled Greece itself. The Ptolemaic kingdom emerged in the 3rd century as the greatest of the Hellenistic kingdoms of the eastern Mediterranean world, to result from Alexander's conquests. Alexandria was built into a magnificent city by Ptolemy and his successors, Ptolemy II and Ptolemy III, a great center of learning, complete with the foremost library of the ancient world. Many of the most fundamental early breakthroughs in the fields of mathematics, astronomy, geography, and science were made by scholars like Euclid and Eratosthenes at Alexandria under Ptolemy. Furthermore, while the Seleucid Empire began to lose much of its sprawling territory in the east to newly emergent powers like the Parthian Empire of Persia and Macedon's control over Greece, fragmented as new alliances of city-states emerged. The Ptolemaic kingdom managed to build a strong, centralized rule which flourished into the 2nd century BC. However, things were beginning to change long before Cleopatra was born. The center of military, economic, and political power in the Mediterranean Sea had always lain in the east. That is, until the rise of two major powers in the western Mediterranean, the Roman Republic in central Italy and Carthage in North Africa. After two decisive wars between them in the 3rd century BC, Rome emerged as the dominant power of the western Mediterranean. It wasn't long before the Romans began interfering in the eastern Mediterranean. Though they proved reluctant to rule over distant territory in the east in much of the 2nd century BC, by the time Cleopatra was born, all such reservations had long been abandoned. Just a few years after she was born, a Roman general, Pompeius Magnus, or Pompey the Great, defeated the Seleucid Empire and brought it to an end, forging Syria into a Roman province. It was into this precarious situation for the independence of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt that Cleopatra was born. Cleopatra grew up in the most cultured and learned city in the world, and she must have received a very good education, visiting the precinct where the great library was located in the museum, the complex of religious and cultural buildings in the city. It seems plausible that her father would have instructed some of the city's leading scholars to oversee his children's education. To get a sense of how dynamic the intellectual environment was here, consider that Hero, a Greek scholar associated with the city, was born right around the time Cleopatra was, and many years later would develop a working steam engine in the city. Had the Roman world exploited this technological breakthrough, it would have laid the grounds for a Roman industrial revolution. Cleopatra was believed to have been well enough educated that she wrote some medical texts in Greek during her youth. This story was later attested to by Arab scholars who might have had access to evidence which is now lost. It is open to doubt, though, given how common the name Cleopatra was in ancient Egypt. Perhaps they simply confused her authorship with that of another female scholar. Beyond this, her youth was lived in a hybrid culture. The members of the royal family were Macedonian from a genetic point of view and Greek from a cultural perspective. However, they ruled over Egypt, a very old culture that had its own traditions gathered over 3 millennia, going back to when the first pyramids were built. As such, the royal family adhered to many Egyptian traditions, particularly the worship of the Egyptian gods and goddesses, like Osiris, Isis, Ra, Ptah, and Amun. She grew up taking part in religious rituals involving these deities. Because of the cosmopolitan nature of Alexandria, she also learned to speak many languages, including Greek, Latin, Egyptian, and Hebrew, and perhaps others, like Syriac and Ethiopian. Something which has garnered a lot of attention in modern times is the issue of Cleopatra's ethnicity and what she would have looked like. Although she would become one of the most famous female rulers of the ancient world, one widely written about by over 50 ancient historians and writers, there are few detailed ancient depictions of Cleopatra. There are several sculptures that are believed to be of her, yet these are not coloured. There are also a lot of smaller images. A side profile image of Cleopatra was incorporated into coins which were produced in Egypt during her reign, and she appears in many other royal guises around Egypt. The problem is, a coin, or indeed an ancient sculpture from which the paint that would have been applied has long since faded away, does not reveal skin colour. Consequently, several studies in recent decades have tried to suggest that Cleopatra was dark-skinned and African in her appearance. There is no real evidence to support this conclusion. The Ptolemies were a Macedonian dynasty from the core of the Greek world. They might have ruled Egypt for 3 centuries, but they did so as a foreign dynasty, controlling the country from the Greek capital in the far north of Egypt. Moreover, the Ptolemies were known for inbreeding, with sisters even marrying brothers, as we will see, in order to secure the royal dynasty's control over Egypt without challenge. Admittedly, her matrilineal descent is not 100% clear, yet the images on coins from her reign and other archaeological artifacts make it pretty clear that she had Hellenistic features reminiscent of Macedonian or Greek, rather than African. Cleopatra's life was being shaped from infancy by events in the wider Eastern Mediterranean, and in particular, the expansion of the Roman Republic to dominate the region. When she was just a toddler, the Roman commander Pompey had been dispatched by the Roman Senate with a great fleet and army to flush out and eradicate the large pirate fleets which operated out of the Greek islands and parts of the coastline of Asia Minor in Turkey. This campaign proved so successful in 67 BC that he was then appointed to take over the war against King Mithridates of Pontus on the Turkish coast of the Black Sea. In a blistering series of campaigns, Pompey not only finally defeated Mithridates, but then conquered the remnants of the Seleucid Empire and annexed it in 63 BC. He then engaged in a reorganization of the Eastern Mediterranean, which included making the Kingdom of Judea into a client state or vassal. Egypt was now the last remaining major independent power in the Eastern Mediterranean. Its status was complicated. The Romans had been interfering in the politics of the Ptolemaic kingdom for almost a century already by the time Cleopatra was born. When her father's predecessor, Ptolemy XI, had died in 80 BC, he had left behind no male heir, and the Romans debated annexing Egypt for a time before Cleopatra's father became the new ruler. Still, the Romans had taken advantage of the situation to carve off Cyprus from the Ptolemaic dominions. They gave the island to another Ptolemy, an illegitimate half-brother of Ptolemy XII, who ruled the eastern Mediterranean island as a Roman vassal thereafter. They eventually annexed the island in 58 BC. Meanwhile, throughout the 60s BC, as Cleopatra was growing up in Egypt, the issue of potentially annexing Egypt, a region coveted for its agricultural abundance and the riches of Alexandria, was regularly discussed within the Roman Senate, a sign of how precarious the independence of Cleopatra's homeland was and of her family's position as its rulers. The issue of Rome's influence in Egypt swirled all around Cleopatra and
Anyways, on all three, you have to check it on the side, check it on the spitz, and check it on the side. So that's the three. That's 3 times 2 is 6. But you also have to go back and forth, so it's 12 meters. So also that's what's up. Here again, look at 3 sides. 12. How many times did it happen? Sure that happened to your father started doing the father on the girl Saturday night. One side is enough. It's sharp. Digging out rabbits or yes, you're right. I said you have to chuck it on your fingers and on your nail and on all 3 sides. Rub it. I never said the name of God. Somebody else. Rub it and rub it and rub it and rub it. I just like to come in and rub it. So if you want to like to rub it, check it out. All my days are not very rub up. So actually, passes it. It's a check. I want to say you do check. One goes to check it. Two front is there. This one is that does come on some more percent. On the Isha, fail. Put it over a belly, pass the stairs. In all that, I do for one shot. You need to check. You need to use your nail and your hand. Once you go for the nail, please. You go over 0 choix. Give it time to show up. Oh, she does a J-Ro. I'll remind you this famous case. We have. He takes it out. He puts it in the fire. He makes it red hot. And then there's heat goes. Swords and more proper gas. Remember? Learning the esophagus and the trachea on the side of the knife. Before you finish up the sheet, you're going to make a tray for learning. What did Mara say? Now, it's 12 and going to the shop. Chargers are unemployed first, and before the Saturday night has any chance to punch the sides of another day, it pops open. Like it's really big spats. As soon as you cut it, it pops open. So stay long. You say the sides of the knife never touch the front of the knife. It's only the sharp end. So it's a point of the sides of the knife. That we feel like it's really inside. The sharpness goes up to 4, 8. You catch the little bit of gas, but what about the size of the knife? Really, the chicken burger. Makes the chicken burger that expands and pops open very well. There it is. Maybe but that's more that we do need the show. Yeah, because that is very interesting. Sean Crawford Valley on Preston Shores, some of the base, some of the is which is just thousands of days straight. But even as I say, I've never been there, I've never at the same time, however, even if one can say that there was a day, there's still this Irish mentality, usually stands alone, and so no matter what happened yesterday, 2006, Sway, November 24th, 2020, the other song started, he is the closest song, shot his son, my brother-in-law, player like group. Makes no difference. He said both very they got the same day. Very, very behind everything else. But we're trying to find something more. You know, she was offered and the president. So the mainstream, so to speak, on top of Chief of Australia, successful learning ever, so they're not great to start after watching the TV show. One of my friends suggested why, and I've heard them saying that, where it is for Chief of movies are okay, but the feelings that are good. I learned why I learned twice about that, and this is insane. I would love it. Back in the 10 and 7 side, George Bush. Now I know but since the start of the machine, instead of going for a good race, I want to watch the show. This is really smart. The whole level. Well, maybe I'll continue with the players that so much. It's not like none of that. Zero value appreciate my letters, not like all the other letters. I'm not my letters in the chat. I do really hope they continue to try to learn and use and says that. They didn't really know what I enjoy watching the show, usually just the video. When it gets me interested, when in parentheses somebody says I usually just check to watch the videos, that means I watch the here at one screen from beginning to end. Not even a 1 point. That's usually what it means. That's full. That's my goal. I've spoken on enough people to know that's what it means. What? Once everybody, and sometimes he listens to our show like 3 or 4 times. But he's a friendly guy, so he says, listen, I don't always watch my share. A lot of times you trust the video. Boss says it. Boss tells me, listen, I watch the show. Well, that's part of what I see my friend's status once a month. Maybe once every 2 weeks, I saw that Schmacker video with himself. Wasn't weird. I tell you, that's the assault. So, thank you very much. I wanted to really quick thing. The video about sending the story of Chalea, I didn't really a lot of times, and it's full, or specifically said as in voice. It's the Arufo, they did a lot of power with water, and they stuff on rock, and they're scared of time. Chalea. This is from a woman here in Swell. Obviously, I have to let you know, every night I have to straight back. So she was trying to practice. I tried to learn what we can. We tried to do it. And she got it for years. She finally found the share. It's Mamish treasure under the bridge. With how to do the exercise. It's Mamish here close to where we live. It's a beautiful atmosphere. The Bishop, everyone shots, sitting right next to me on the left. Except for the Zev and Yao Shumas, part of the Kennedy family. We're working normally in our staff. It's a full-time job. So we're working with that. Myers is going to come with me more than you won't see his line. He's going to say, yeah, that one's soft. But he really comes and says, listen, this is what's supposed to be there. I'm checking a great deal. That's what we're working for. It's going to happen soon. God has Jacob Zayas, my father, Ruben Bay, was trying to push the railroad. So he just did it.
And her family, as she was growing
Folks,
up,
you want to see some athleticism?
voyaging to the city of Rome in person. This came about owing to a political crisis in Egypt and its former dominions. As we have seen, Rome annexed Cyprus in 58 BC, which had until recently been a long-standing part of the Ptolemaic dominions. This caused a lot of political friction in Egypt and unrest against the rule of Cleopatra's father, Ptolemy XII, which culminated in Ptolemy being removed from the throne. Power brokers at the Egyptian court in Alexandria then placed one of his other daughters, Cleopatra's older sister, Berenike, on the throne. The details of a lot of these events are very shadowy. The ancient sources, historians like Cassius Dio and Eusebius, and the geographer Strabo, who was a contemporary of Cleopatra's and lived in Egypt for a while, do not reveal who the court conspirators against her father were. They do allude to the idea that there was some Roman interference that led to Ptolemy being forced off the throne. Nevertheless, Ptolemy decided to now appeal directly to the Roman Senate. He left Egypt and headed for the Eternal City after Berenike and the new government had placed him under pressure to leave Egypt. Interestingly, he brought Cleopatra with him. Why is unclear. They travelled via Rhodes and Greece to Italy, and then finally took up residence at a villa owned by Pompey the Great on the outskirts of the city. They would end up waiting for nearly a year to be given an audience before the Roman Senate, where Ptolemy pleaded his case to be restored to his throne. This was the beginning of an extraordinary set of political machinations and scheming. Back in Egypt, Queen Berenike's government had elected to send its own embassy to Rome to argue the case against Ptolemy being restored to power. This was led by Dio of Alexandria, a leading philosopher of the time. When he and his embassy arrived, Ptolemy went to work with his allies in Rome to undermine them. Dio was, by all accounts, poisoned. Powerful Roman backers of Ptolemy then argued the case for war to place him back on the Egyptian throne, while others suggested that prophecies and bad omens foretold danger for Rome if it intervened directly in Egypt's military and political affairs. What young Cleopatra must have made of all of this is uncertain. She was still a child of just 12 years. Presumably, her education continued in Rome, and we can imagine that it was during this year spent in the capital of the Republic that she became fully conversant in Latin and developed a greater awareness of Roman manners, customs, Roman society, information she would utilize in years to come. In the end, the petitioning of her father in Rome did not reach a constructive conclusion, but Pompey nevertheless intervened on his behalf. He instructed Aulus Gabinius, the governor of Syria, and an ally of his, to intervene in Egypt to aid Ptolemy. The deposed king returned east with his daughter, and over the course of several months, Berenike was removed from the throne of Egypt and executed in 55 BC. Ptolemy also purged the court of his opponents with the aid of his Roman allies. In the aftermath of the power struggle, Cleopatra was in a stronger position as a favoured daughter. The whole episode is also important in stressing the ties between Pompey and the Ptolemaic dynasty. A certain Mark Antony, a young Roman military commander who would go on to feature prominently in Cleopatra's story, was also involved in Roman intervention in Egypt in 55 BC. Cleopatra's position as her father's designated heir was indicated in 52 BC, when she was made a regent. He had also stated his wish that she would become queen after him in his will. He was well into his 60s by this time, and might expect to die before long. Cleopatra would not rule by herself, though. Her young brother, who, as we have seen, was either her full or half-brother, was also designated as co-successor. This arrangement was designed to allay any concerns about a female ruler succeeding. In any event, if Ptolemy XII died soon, Cleopatra would be the de facto power, as the younger Ptolemy was only born in the late 60s BC and was a boy of no more than 10 or 11 when Cleopatra became regent in 52 BC. Thus, when her father died less than a year later in early 51 BC, Cleopatra ascended as Queen Cleopatra VII. She herself was only around 18 years old at the time. Thus she became the more powerful ruler following her father's death. Long-standing Egyptian custom, stretching back many centuries to long before the country had come under Macedonian rule, involved the royal family practicing incestual marriage, and Cleopatra and her younger brother, whose regnal number was Ptolemy XIII, married one another after becoming king and queen. Cleopatra's coronation was a mixed one, reflecting her family's position as a foreign Hellenistic dynasty ruling over Egypt. She ascended in Alexandria and ruled from the northern city surrounded by a large Greek community of intellectuals and courtiers. At the same time, following her accession, she travelled south to Thebes to take part in Egyptian religious rites that signified her accession as Pharaoh of Egypt. This was the ancient capital of the Egyptian New Kingdom, back in the Bronze Age of the 2nd millennium BC, synonymous with modern-day Luxor. The ceremony here indicated the way that the Ptolemaic dynasty lived in a dual world of Hellenistic rule and ancient Egyptian custom. The first years of Cleopatra's reign were turbulent. Her kingdom was in a difficult position owing to the civil war that had occurred between her father and her sister Berenike. Roman aid for Ptolemy's cause had come at a price, and the royal dynasty owed millions of silver coins to powerful backers in the Roman world. Another issue was a poor inundation of the River Nile. This was the annual flooding of the Nile, which caused it to deposit rich alluvial soil all along the banks of the river for hundreds of kilometers. The inundation no longer occurs because of the construction of the Aswan Dam in the 20th century, but in ancient times it was key to Egypt's agriculture and its position as a major center of civilization. The failure of the inundation in the first months of Cleopatra's reign caused food shortages and even localized famines. On On top of this, the politics of the East had been destabilized when a very large Roman army, led by Marcus Crassus, had been destroyed by the Parthian Empire of Mesopotamia and Persia at the Battle of Carrhae in June 53 BC. The Parthians were making incursions into Rome's eastern territories in the aftermath, leading to Roman calls for assistance from its Egyptian ally. Most worryingly, the intervention in 55 BC had also led to a powerful Roman military faction setting up camp in the country. This was a force of 2,000 Roman legionaries and 500 cavalry, who had arrived as part of Aulus Gabinius' forces from Syria to restore Ptolemy XII to the throne. Afterwards, they remained in Egypt and began to adopt Egyptian customs and play a role in its politics. The Gabiniani, as they became known, began to express greater support for Cleopatra's brother, Ptolemy XIII, as time went by, a development which made her position more difficult. Cleopatra responded to these issues in a variety of ways. The failure of the inundation and the decline in agricultural produce that it brought about was remedied by stopping Egypt's export of its large agricultural surplus. But this was a delicate balancing act. Egypt was, along with the island of Sicily, a breadbasket of Rome, with Egyptian grain being shipped to the capital of the Roman Republic to feed the masses of the rapidly expanding city. In dealing with her own country's needs, Cleopatra had to also try not to annoy the Romans, who depended on Egyptian grain. It would take time to pay back her family's debts, though extensive Egyptian trade into the Red Sea and Indian Ocean was a lucrative source of revenue, as the Egyptians acted as the intermediary for Rome in its acquisition of rare commodities that came from faraway lands in South Asia. The most pressing thing, however, was dealing with the Gabiniani, who had become increasingly lawless. In 50 BC, when Roman emissaries arrived from Syria to try to recruit them for defense of Rome's eastern border against the Parthians, the Gabiniani murdered the Roman diplomats. This placed Cleopatra in a difficult position. She responded by sending the culprits to Syria to be tried there, but this earned her a rebuke for seeming to interfere in Roman affairs. She also tried to Islam, and Ptolemy XIII begins appearing as king on royal inscriptions again from 50 BC. A new civil war between Cleopatra and her young brother, each with their own supporters within Egypt, was brewing. This was also a period of massive instability in the wider Roman world. Instability which would impact Egypt and Cleopatra before long. Crassus's defeat by the Parthians at Carrhae in 53 BC brought to an end a political alliance that had existed in Rome since 60 BC, one known as the First Triumvirate. This had involved Crassus, Pompey, and Gaius Julius Caesar, a slightly younger rival of Pompey's. The establishment of the First Triumvirate was just one development in the process whereby Rome's wealthy politicians and generals had started to become excessively powerful. Just over 10 years before Cleopatra was born, this had resulted in a Roman general named Cornelius Sulla briefly becoming dictator of the Roman Republic after he had won a brief civil war against an opposing faction known as the Marians. Sulla had relinquished power and died soon after in retirement. However, his actions had destabilized the Republic even further, alerting all aspiring tyrants that the state could be undermined and taken over if a man were audacious enough. Caesar was audacious enough. man of the hour in the Roman Republic, as he engaged in a series of bewildering conquests of Western Europe, conquering what the Romans knew as Gaul and what we know today as France and the Low Countries. He even crossed to Britain to scout out the possibility of conquering the island. As news of Caesar's conquests arrived to Rome, Pompey became yesterday's man. Still, a conservative faction in the Roman Senate coalesced around him and presented him as the defender of the Republic. As Caesar's term as governor of Gaul neared its end in 50 BC, they tried to revoke him and remove the armies he had under his command. In response, Caesar led his legions south and famously crossed the river Rubicon to march on Rome early in 49 BC. A new civil war had begun, one which Egypt and Cleopatra would soon be pulled into. The civil war between Caesar and Pompey went on for many years, yet the result of it was decided in the late summer of 48 BC. After preparing his forces, Caesar crossed to Greece and met with Pompey's army at Pharsalus on the 9th of August. In a battle which ancient accounts portrayed as a formidable victory for Caesar, who was heavily outnumbered by the Pompeians, he managed to break Pompey's lines and rout them. Thousands of Pompey's men were killed, and many more were captured. Pompey himself escaped to the island of Lesbos and considered his next moves. His cause was not lost. Many supporters of his in places like Hispania and North Africa were willing to continue the fight. Cato the Younger, a prominent senator, had an army in the province of Africa around what is now Tunisia and intended to fight on against Caesar here. Taking stock of this, Pompey decided to sail for Egypt, where he hoped to acquire further support from the Ptolemaic dynasty and presumably link up with Cato's forces to make North Africa the center of his cause. He would have assumed that he would receive support from Cleopatra, given the generous help he had provided her and her father a decade earlier, when Ptolemy XII had come to Rome looking to be restored to his throne. Pompey sailed first for Cyprus and then to Egypt, arriving there in late September 48 BC. When he arrived to Cleopatra's homeland, he was killed immediately. A party of Roman mercenaries, led by Lucius Septimius, a military officer who had served with Pompey in his meteoric Eastern campaign, in which he had conquered the Seleucid Empire 15 years earlier, stabbed him to death and then beheaded him, so that the head could be given to Caesar as proof. It is probable that the Ptolemies had ordered his murder in the belief that Caesar's victory was inevitable in the civil war. Pompey's decision to head to Egypt in the aftermath of the Battle of Pharsalus would change the trajectory of Cleopatra's life. Within a few days of Pompey's death, it became apparent that Caesar was about to arrive himself to Egypt, having learned what his rival's plans were, and hoping to intercept Pompey before he could establish a new power base in North Africa. When he arrived early in October, he was apparently genuinely upset to learn that Pompey had been killed, and then his body defiled by beheading him. When he came to Alexandria, he settled in the royal palace there and considered his next moves. The civil war was far from over, and despite Pompey's death, Cato and others, including Pompey's son, Sextus Pompeius, would continue to fight on for many years. As he considered his options in the Egyptian capital, Cleopatra saw an opportunity to outflank her brother and claim power, while also preserving the independence of her native kingdom to some extent. She was outside of Alexandria at this time and sent word to Caesar that she wished to meet with him. Then, according to a detailed account left by the Greco-Roman historian Cassius Dio, she, quote, beautified herself so as to appear before him in the most majestic and at the same time pity-inspiring guise. When she had perfected her schemes, she entered the city and by night, without Ptolemy's knowledge, went into the palace. Caesar, upon seeing her and hearing her speak a few words, was forthwith completely captivated. Before long, it was known that Caesar, who was 52 years of age and married to a woman named Calpurnia back in Rome, had begun a relationship with Cleopatra, who was still only about 21 years of age at that time. Cleopatra's luring of Caesar was doubly necessary, as the power struggle with her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, which had been brewing for several years, had broken out into a de facto civil war a few months earlier. Ptolemy XIII was still very young, and Cleopatra's real adversary in this was a court eunuch by the name of Pothinus, who had been regent for young Ptolemy since the accession in 51 BC, along with the Gabiniani. There was even a third faction emerging, which supported the claims of Cleopatra's other younger sister, Arsinoe, to the throne. Even as Caesar and Pompey were preparing their forces for the clash at Pharsalus, Cleopatra had been forced to briefly flee from Alexandria into the Levant. After gathering her supporters, she had returned to Egypt. Pompey and then Caesar had consequently arrived, as the Ptolemaic royal family were mired in conflict with one another. Cleopatra's intervention with Caesar makes a lot more sense when we consider how precarious her situation was when she first arrived before him late in 48 BC. Caesar responded to her petitions by ordering the execution of Pothinus and declared that Cleopatra was the queen of Egypt. Ptolemy XIII and Arsinoe then joined forces. A remarkable set of events then began. Caesar had only arrived in Egypt with a small contingent of men, and in the winter of 48 BC, the dictator of the Roman Republic ended up trapped in Alexandria with Cleopatra as Ptolemy and Arsinoe's forces laid siege to the capital. They failed to break through and win the city, though, and as the weeks ticked by, reinforcements began arriving in Egypt for Caesar. At a battle in the Nile Delta early in 47 BC, Ptolemy and Arsinoe's cause was defeated. Ptolemy XIII allegedly drowned in the river Nile while trying to flee from the scene of his defeat. Arsinoe only survived because she was exiled to Ionia and took sanctuary in the temple of Artemis there. Killing her would have constituted a grave breach of religious sanctity. Cleopatra's gambit had worked. With Caesar's aid, she had reclaimed her throne and was the unchallenged ruler of Egypt once again. The issue of female rule was still a problem in Egypt, and in order to shore up her position, Cleopatra installed her other, younger brother as her co-ruler in 47 BC. To confuse matters further, he was, quite unsurprisingly, called Ptolemy as well. Ptolemy XIV, as he now became, was the youngest member of the family and was only around 11 or 12 years old at the time. His exact birth date is not known. A ritual sibling marriage was also entered into. Cleopatra's ambitions were expanding by then. She was pregnant with Caesar's child. This was an important development. Despite marrying multiple times, Caesar had only had one child from his marriages, a daughter named Julia, who had died in 54 BC, an event which had accelerated the drift to war in the Roman Republic, as she had been married to Pompey as part of the alliance arrangements of the First Triumvirate. Thus, when Cleopatra gave birth to a baby boy in Egypt, sometime in the second half of 47 BC, most likely the late summer or early autumn. It was a quite significant development. Caesar now had a biological male son, albeit one born to an Egyptian queen. The latter issue was problematic and meant Caesar would have serious difficulties getting the Roman political classes to accept the child as his heir, even though he was the unquestioned ruler of Rome by then, having claimed dictatorial powers. The child was named Caesarion. By the time he was born, Caesar had left Egypt to oversee the ongoing war against Cato and other former allies of Pompey. Thus, Cleopatra set off from Egypt with her newborn child in 46 BC to visit Rome. She would spend the next 2 years living there. Cleopatra's presence in Rome was viewed poorly by many in the political class of the city. They perceived her as an Oriental queen grasping after power. There were also a lot of raised eyebrows about Caesar's relationship with her, and the possibility of him acknowledging Caesarion as an heir. A development like this would have been unthinkable amongst the Roman elite a century earlier, but Caesar had proved time and time again that he was impervious to convention and would not be bound by tradition. This was evident in his refusal to relinquish power. Caesar had claimed the power of dictatores at the start of the civil war against Pompey on the grounds that the military emergency necessitated emergency powers. But now, with the civil war winding down and his powers set to expire, he proclaimed his wish to become dictator for life. The Romans were averse to the idea of kingship, and there was growing opposition to his decisions. Some people associated Cleopatra with this, claiming she was a bad influence on the Roman general. These included the great Roman orator and rhetorical writer Cicero, who knew Cleopatra and wrote unfavorably about her. From Cicero's letters, we also learned that Cleopatra might have become pregnant again while in Rome with another child of Caesar's, though if she did, she lost the baby. The Egyptian queen also lost her lover before too long. On the 15th of March, 44 BC, the Ides of March festival in the Roman calendar, Caesar was stabbed to death by a cohort of senators in Rome who had decided he was intent on becoming a tyrant and needed to be stopped. With his assassination, everything was in flux in the Roman world once again. After the murder of Caesar, Cleopatra only remained in Rome for long enough to have it confirmed that Caesarion had not been named as Caesar's heir in his will. Once this was clear, she left promptly. Her son would now have been a target for anyone seeking to succeed Caesar as the preeminent figure in the crumbling Roman Republic. She consequently headed back to Egypt and considered her next steps. One of the first measures that she seems to have decided upon was the murder of her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV. A royal inscription indicates that he was still alive in late July 44 BC. He died at some point over the next 8 or 9 weeks, as Caesarion was proclaimed as Cleopatra's new co-ruler at the beginning of September with the regal name Ptolemy XV, Caesar. There is no evidence as to what happened to Ptolemy XIV. Still, the timing of his disappearance and the swift elevation of the infant Caesarion to the kingship makes it pretty clear that Cleopatra had him poisoned or dispensed with in some other way. Thus did Cleopatra bolster her position in Egypt immediately after Caesar's assassination and removed any possibility of Ptolemy XIV becoming a focus of renewed opposition to her rule within Egypt. The assassination of Caesar had set in motion new conflicts within the Roman Republic. The most prominent one was between the supporters of the murdered dictator and the faction of senators who had killed him. This is known as the Liberators' War. As soon as she was back in Egypt and had solidified her control over the throne, Cleopatra began receiving emissaries from both sides, seeking Egypt as an ally in the civil war. Her position was especially important because the war was beginning to focus on Greece and the eastern Mediterranean, where Cleopatra was now in control of the island of Cyprus. Caesar had given the island back to the Ptolemaic family in 47 BC, after a brief period of just over a decade of Roman rule there since 58 BC. This meant Cleopatra had control of Egypt and Cyprus, as well as a powerful fleet and a substantial army. For obvious reasons, her loyalties lay with those who were seeking to avenge Caesar's killing, and she threw her support behind them. Simultaneously, her position was compromised when the governor of Cyprus, who had been established there after the island was given to her, a man named Serapion, allied with the liberators who had murdered Caesar. This ultimately culminated in yet another plot forming around Cleopatra's reigning sister, Arsinoe, allied with Serapion and others. It climaxed in the murder of Serapion in 41 BC, while Arsinoe was murdered at the Temple of Artemis, where she had sought sanctuary years earlier. A gross violation of religious sanctity. By then, the Liberators' War had come to an end, with Caesar's killers defeated in 2 battles at Philippi in Macedonia in 42 BC. Cleopatra had curried favour with the Roman state by siding with the winning faction and remained in control of Cyprus afterwards. As the Liberators' War was underway, the politics of the collapsing Roman Republic were shifting rapidly as Caesar's potential successors positioned themselves to be the next ruler of the state. 3 figures in particular were emerging as potential heirs. The first was Caesar's great-nephew, Octavian, a young man who was only 18 years old when Caesar was assassinated, but who had been named by the dictator as his heir in his will. The others were Mark Antony and Marcus Lepidus, 2 long-standing allies of Caesar's, who had both served as Magister Equitum, the Master of the Horse, in the years before the assassination, a position as deputy to the dictator. Together, these 3 figures, Octavian, Mark Antony, and Lepidus, formed a political alliance known as the Second Triumvirate in 43 BC. Through this, they aimed to share power within the Republic. Lepidus was soon marginalized, and events thereafter became a power struggle between Octavian and Antony to become Caesar's successor and the ruler of the Roman state. They soon reached a further agreement, whereby Octavian would control the western provinces, while Antony held the east. In tandem, Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, in 40 BC, and 2 daughters soon followed. However, even before Antony married Octavia, he had already begun a relationship with Cleopatra, whom Antony had first met in the east, all the way back in 55 BC, when he had been part of the Roman military intervention in Egypt, which restored her father to power. They needed each other, she to preserve her rule in Egypt, while Egypt and its great resources were also vital if Antony was to manage to retain control over the East. Still as strategic as the relationship was when it began, it seems to have genuinely become a passionate love affair. Children soon followed. Twins, a boy named Alexander Helios and a girl named Cleopatra Selene, were born in 40 BC, even as Antony was marrying Octavia at that time, while a second son, Ptolemy Philadelphus, was born 4 years later, in 36 BC. Cleopatra's relationship with Caesar had begun back in late 48 BC in a way which was quite circumstantial. Had Pompey not decided to try and regroup in Egypt after his defeat at Pharsalus, Caesar would not have ended up there, and Cleopatra would not have been in a position to woo him. In Antony's case, her actions were possibly far more premeditated, and she had decided that Antony was the most likely figure to emerge victorious from the power struggle following Caesar's assassination. Most contemporaries would have agreed. Lepidus was the weakest partner of the second triumvirate, and Octavian was a very young man, with only a limited power base initially. He was looking to strike a decisive blow as well, by launching a great campaign against the Parthian Empire and avenging the destruction of Crassus's army back in 53 BC. Consequently, much of her relationship with Antony over the next several years took place against the backdrop of Antony readying an army of tens of thousands of legionaries and campaigning extensively against the Parthian Empire, primarily within the kingdom of Armenia, a buffer state which the Romans and Parthians were constantly vying for influence within. Cleopatra briefly campaigned with him as far as the eastern Roman border in 36 BC, before returning to Egypt to give birth to their youngest child. As all of this was occurring, there were also growing tensions between Octavian and Antony concerning his relationship with Cleopatra and the public nature of it, even as Antony's wife, Octavian's sister Octavia, was in the eastern Mediterranean and was starting to raise her two daughters with Antony. As Cleopatra and Antony became lovers, and then the main power in the eastern provinces of what remained of the Roman Republic, all manner of stories began to attach themselves to them. Antony was rumoured to be what we would now term an alcoholic, and it was even claimed that he had written a book exclusively on alcohol and drinking. This and many other stories were symbolic of the alleged debauchery and excess of their court in Alexandria. Perhaps the most famous tale about this centers on a wager between the pair as to which one of them could hold the most magnificent banquet. Cleopatra won the bet. Stories of it included a version in Pliny the Elder's huge encyclopedia of knowledge, written a century later, the Natural History, in which he presented a tale about Cleopatra dissolving pearls in her wine and drinking them. Pliny explains it as follows. There have been two pearls that were the largest in the whole of history. Both were owned by Cleopatra. In accordance with previous instructions, the servants placed in front of her only a single vessel containing vinegar, the strong, rough quality of which can melt pearls. She was at the moment wearing in her ears that remarkable and truly unique work of nature. Antony was full of curiosity to see what in the world she was going to do. She took one earring off and dropped the pearl in the vinegar, and when it was melted, swallowed it. It was a sign of how Cleopatra and Antony had been perceived by the Roman world in their own time, that fanciful stories like this were still circulating a century later. Incidentally, the story of the pearl had become the focus of many paintings of Cleopatra, painted from the 16th century onwards. The story of Cleopatra dissolving the pearl in a goblet may have been entirely fictional. Nevertheless, the very fact that a story like this could develop in the first place and then start circulating widely enough that Pliny the Elder and figures like him were writing about it over 100 years later is revelatory in and of itself. The tale is meant to highlight a growing sort of decadence and aloofness at Cleopatra and Antony's court in the East, one in which she and her Roman lover were ruling more like Oriental despots than a conservative Roman vassal and the Republic's representative. This was doing reputational damage to Cleopatra and Antony back west in Rome. The couple did absolutely nothing to alleviate the concerns that many Roman senators might have had about their intentions. Their most egregious action came in 34 BC. Antony was fresh back to the Egyptian capital after a raid into Armenia, during which he had captured King Artavasdes of Armenia, who had allied with the Parthian Empire. The raid had been successful, and Antony returned to the city with the Armenian traitor as his captive. He now decided to hold a Roman triumph, a kind of victory parade, which conquering generals were given the honor of presiding over at Rome. His decision to hold this in Alexandria compounded the perception that Antony now believed he was effectively ruling over an independent kingdom, one which controlled the eastern provinces of the Roman Republic. To make matters worse, on the evening of the triumph, Cleopatra and Antony presided over an event known as the Donations of Alexandria. During this, they bestowed Caesarion and their own children together with a series of lavish royal titles. Caesarion was stated to be a new co-king of Egypt. Alexander Helios was named as king of Armenia and Parthia. His twin sister, Cleopatra Selene, was awarded the title of Queen of Cyrenaica, the Roman name for Libya, while Ptolemy Philadelphus had Syria donated to him and was named as king thereof. This was a striking statement of Cleopatra and Antony's ambitions to rule over the eastern Mediterranean in their own right. The Donations of Alexandria were a gift to Octavian far to the west in Rome. He already had the huge advantage of being present in the Eternal City, where he could seek to influence the Senate and other power players in the Republic's politics, while Antony was far away in the east at Cleopatra's court in Egypt. There had been rumblings in Rome for years that Antony had been exercising too much independence and was acting like an Oriental king in the east. A special issue was the idea that he and Cleopatra had visitors at her court prostrate themselves on the ground in front of them, an act which the Romans viewed as being beneath their dignity. Now Antony seemed to have confirmed the worst suspicions of many of those in Rome, that perceived that he was intent on splitting the Republic in half and carving off the eastern provinces to rule himself with Cleopatra. Cleopatra featured in many of these criticisms. Many people viewed her as being a manipulative temptress who had first seduced Caesar years earlier and then moved on to his potential successor as soon as he was killed. For Octavian, there was a personal element to this. Antony had humiliated his sister Octavia through his actions. She had left the east and returned to Rome with her two young daughters, of which Antony was the father. He added salt to the wound in 32 BC when he finally married Cleopatra without even obtaining a proper legal divorce from Octavia. The time was drawing near when war would break out between the rivals. War finally broke out in 32 BC. Octavian had waited long enough to be able to win over a substantial enough proportion of the Senate to his cause. He was aided by having illegally obtained a copy of Antony's will that had been deposited in the Temple of Vesta in Rome, which amongst other provisions included an expressed desire to be buried in Alexandria alongside Cleopatra. When the declaration of war came, it was actually aimed against Cleopatra and Egypt, where it was rumoured she and her lover now intended to establish a senate to rival that at Rome. Whether this was true or a lie concocted to benefit Octavian remains unclear. In any event, Octavian still only managed to obtain the support of a strong bloc of the senators. Many left Rome when the war broke out and went to join Antony's camp. It would be a short civil war, one which has become known as the War of Actium. This is because it was decided in one naval battle at the mouth of the Gulf of Corinth, off the coast of western Greece. Once the war began, Cleopatra and Antony decided to head to Greece to begin building up their forces here for a potential strike against Italy and Rome. At the same time, Octavian and his leading military commander, Marcus Agrippa, moved to prepare a large fleet with which to attack Cleopatra and Antony's armies before they gained the initiative. As Octavian's forces moved towards the Gulf of Corinth, Cleopatra and Antony decided to try and break out of the Gulf and split Octavian's fleet. In one of the largest naval battles in history, involving hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of soldiers and sailors, Antony and Cleopatra's armada became divided. Octavian's smaller and more agile galleys also proved more effective, and he and Agrippa won the day. Antony and Cleopatra fled with their remaining ships and men back to Egypt, their plans in disarray. The events which followed have taken on a legendary element to them. As Caesar had chased Pompey to Egypt nearly 2 decades earlier, Octavian prepared to follow Antony to the land of the Nile. He took his time, though, and travelled overland by Turkey and the Levant with his forces. Therefore, he did not arrive in Egypt until the summer of 30 BC. Despite having nearly a year to prepare for the assault on the country, Cleopatra and Antony were unable to recover from the loss at Actium, where many of their troops had remained stranded on land after they fled with their fleet. These had surrendered, and there was a shift in sentiment in the war, with many former supporters of Antony and Cleopatra now changing sides to back Octavian. When Caesar's great-nephew arrived to Egypt, his troops were tired from the long march, but aided by a separate contingent that had come east from Libya, they won a victory over Antony's troops outside Alexandria in July 30 BC. Following this, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself in the mistaken belief that Cleopatra was already dead. Plutarch, whose Life of Antony is one of the best sources for these events, presents a colourful story where Antony did not die immediately and was brought before Cleopatra, who was alive after all. Cleopatra was subsequently captured by Octavian's troops and defiantly demanded that she would not be paraded through Rome as a defeated prisoner as part of Octavian's triumph. Octavian simply told her that her life would be spared. Unsatisfied with this, Cleopatra decided to join her lover in death. The date is disputed. It probably occurred on the 10th of August 30 BC, meaning that Cleopatra was only about 39 years of age, despite the complex nature of her life up to then. There are a number of varying accounts as to how she took her own life. The most famous one holds that she had her attendants seek out a number of different types of poisonous snakes for her, and she then was bitten by an asp that killed her. However, the more plausible reality is that she simply drank some poison, and it was this which ended her life. Several accounts suggest that she approached her death in an almost ritualistic manner, eating a fine last meal and bathing before she did so. Numerous lavish theories have emerged in the centuries since about what might alternatively have happened. A plausible one is that Octavian could have had her discreetly murdered. Amongst the most implausible is that she died from carbon monoxide poisoning. Afterwards, Octavian permitted a royal burial to occur, and both she and Antony were laid to rest in a mausoleum on the outskirts of Alexandria, the remains of which have never been found by archaeologists. Cleopatra's death and the defeat of her and Antony's cause in the War of Actium brought about one of the key things which she had sought to avoid through her actions over the previous quarter of a century. Egypt was subsumed into the Roman state, as was Cyprus. This was not as inevitable as it initially appears. At this juncture, Rome was still choosing to rule many lands as client states. For instance, Mauritania, in what is now Algeria, Thrace in modern-day Bulgaria, and other regions continued to be ruled as client states until well into the 1st century AD, even though the Romans could have annexed them quite easily decades earlier. In Egypt's case, though, the ruling dynasty had been all but wiped out by years of internal conflicts. In any event, the Ptolemies were perceived as too great a threat. Despite being his cousin through Caesar, Octavian almost certainly had Caesarion quietly murdered a few weeks after his mother had died. Surprisingly, he spared Cleopatra's children with Antony and sent them to Rome to be brought up there. Both Alexander Helios and Ptolemy Philadelphus died there in the years that followed, but most historians believe this may have been owing to illness rather than foul play. Cleopatra Selene went on to marry King Juba II of Mauritania, a revered scholar king. What this meant was that Egypt was annexed directly into the Roman state, which Octavian became the first ruler of as Emperor Caesar Augustus after a series of constitutional changes in 27 BC. His power now unrivaled after the vanquishing of Antony and Cleopatra. Egypt would become a key part of the empire, one which acted as a breadbasket of Rome and Italy, delivering huge shipments of grain and other foodstuffs to the capital. Alexandria featured as the second largest city of the empire for centuries to come, and remained the scientific and intellectual hub of the Greek East. If one wanted to learn about mathematics or medicine in the Roman Empire, then one went to study in Alexandria, not Rome. Conquest of Egypt also opened up Rome's entry to the Red Sea and the emergence of a thriving trade into the Indian Ocean. Within a few years of the death of Cleopatra and the end of Ptolemaic Egypt, the Romans were sending out expeditions into Arabia to explore the region and establish diplomatic ties to the rulers there, and naval missions to begin establishing trade with India and other faraway lands. Cleopatra has become one of the most iconic female figures from the ancient world. Her name is known all over the world 2 millennia after her own time. The reasons for this are complex. Much of it has to do with her relationships with both Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, and the role she played in the events which led to the end of the Roman Republic and the birth of the Roman Empire. This meant that Greek and Roman historians were interested in her in ancient times. She featured in some of the most important historical works written by historians and writers of the Roman world, like Suetonius, Plutarch, Pliny the Elder, and Cassius Dio. This in turn meant that medieval and early modern writers had extensive information available about her and incorporated her into their paintings and sculptures. The story of her dissolving a pearl was especially famed and was the subject of many Renaissance and Baroque paintings. That legacy has transferred to the stage and screen in modern times. Numerous plays, films, and television series have appeared featuring the story of Cleopatra. Perhaps the most revered is William Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. Yet undoubtedly the most infamous was the 1963 film Cleopatra, starring Elizabeth Taylor as the Queen and Richard Burton as Antony. It ran notoriously over budget and was seen as playing a key role in the decline of the golden age of the Hollywood studio system as a result, although it generally received favourable reviews. Cleopatra was unquestionably amongst the most famous women of the ancient world. She appears in the writings of over 50 writers from ancient times, with many historians discussing her down to the end of the Roman Empire, and also writers of encyclopedias like Pliny the Elder. That she was so regularly commented on and written about is hardly surprising. Her life was full of significant events. When she was born around 69 BC, Rome was tightening its grip on the eastern Mediterranean, and the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt that her family had ruled over for centuries was already losing its independence. Cleopatra's life was framed around attempting to maintain Egypt's independence and her own family's position as rulers of it. To that end, she first took Julius Caesar as her lover, and then Mark Antony, and had children with both men. There was an element of dumb luck to some of this. Cleopatra might have been calculated in her actions, but it was entirely beyond her control that after his defeat at Pharsalus in 48 BC, Pompey the Great would choose to flee to Egypt. If he had gone elsewhere and Caesar had not ended up in Cleopatra's homeland in pursuit of his rival, history could have been very different. Once she caught his eye and began a relationship with him, her ambitions increased. It is very plausible that she imagined that if Caesar lived long enough, he might have tried to promote Caesarion as his successor one day. When he was assassinated, her plans moved on to Antony. There is every possibility that her relationship with him was based on genuine affection, yet there is no doubting that she also benefited from it politically. The donations of Alexandria of 34 BC and the lavish titles bestowed on her children point towards the extent of her ambitions. However, ultimately her luck ran out. In Octavian, she and Antony faced a figure that to a significant degree was actually shrewder than Caesar himself. After biding his time, he convinced the Senate to wage war on Cleopatra in 32 BC and defeated them in a swift war. It seems likely that Cleopatra, faced with the possibility of being brought as a prisoner to Rome after Antony's death, decided to take her own life. What do you think of Cleopatra? Was it possible that she genuinely formed loving relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony? Or did she simply seduce two men whom she believed she could utilize to secure both her own position as Queen of Egypt and a degree of continuing autonomy for Egypt in the face of the continuously expanding Roman state? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It is 323 BC. Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, carved out one of the largest empires in human history, is dead. With no mature heir, wars soon erupt as Alexander's commanders and relatives fight over his crumbling empire. One of those commanders, however, does not see an end, but a beginning, and after being made governor of Egypt, eventually proclaims himself Pharaoh, founding a Hellenic dynasty that will rule Egypt for 300 years, ending with the life and reign of Queen Cleopatra. The man's name? Ptolemy I, the first pharaoh of Ptolemaic Egypt. The man known to history as King Ptolemy I, Soter of Egypt, was most likely born in 367 BC. We have no clear record of his birth, but an ancient source called the Macrobii, traditionally attributed to the 2nd century AD writer Lucian of Samosata, claims that Ptolemy was 84 years old when he died in 283 BC, which would mean that he was born around 367 BC. He was born in the Kingdom of Macedon in northern Greece, which was in the process of emerging as the dominant power in the Greek world at the time of his birth. Ptolemy's father was most likely a Macedonian named Lagus, who came from an undistinguished family in the region of Eodia in western Macedonia. Despite his humble birth, Lagus married Arsinoe, a Macedonian noblewoman who was related to the royal family, the Argead dynasty, which claimed descent from the legendary hero Heracles. There is another theory concerning Ptolemy's parentage, though. The Greek geographer of the 2nd century AD, Pausanias, writing in his famous Description of Greece, a travelogue of the Greek world of the Eastern Mediterranean and of its many temples, history and law, refers to a tradition which indicates that Ptolemy's father was not Lagus, but was instead King Philip II, who rose to become ruler of Macedon in 359 BC. According to this tradition, Arsinoe, Ptolemy's mother, was one of Philip's courtesans and was already pregnant by the time she married Lagus with Philip's child. However, the claim that Ptolemy was Philip II's illegitimate son, and therefore Alexander the Great's half-brother, was probably invented by Ptolemy much later in his life, when he was trying to establish his claim to succeed Alexander after the latter's premature death. Had Ptolemy really been Alexander's half-brother, the latter would almost certainly have considered him a dynastic rival and a threat to his position. Alexander might well have had him murdered, rather than promoting him to become one of Macedon's most powerful generals, as we will see he did. Instead, Ptolemy became one of Alexander's friends and advisors. Ptolemy is known to have had a brother named Menelaus, who served as a general in Cyprus and later as a priest to the cult of Alexander in Alexandria. But no other siblings are mentioned in the historical records. At the time of Ptolemy's birth, the kingdom of Macedon was emerging as one of the major powers of the Greek world. The ruling Argead dynasty had held dominion over large parts of what is now northern Greece and North Macedonia, going back to the early 7th century BC. But the Macedonians were viewed as a rustic, semi-barbarous people by the more civilized Greeks of the city-states of the Aegean Sea and the Peloponnese. They fought differently too, often relying on cavalry divisions in their wars, unlike the infantry, hoplite soldiers of the Greek polis. But eventually, the culture of city-states like Athens, Sparta, Thebes and Corinth diffused north, and the Macedonians became more entrenched in Greek culture and society. What was more, the rich Greek city-states to the south of Macedon were now ripe for conquest. In 404 BC, Sparta had finally triumphed over Athens in the Peloponnesian War, a power struggle for hegemony over the Greek world that lasted 27 years and exhausted all sides. Spartan dominance over the Greek city-states came to an end in 371 BC, when their armies were defeated by the Boeotian League, led by Thebes at the Battle of Leuctra. When King Philip II became ruler of Macedon in 359 BC, he was determined to establish Macedon as the new great power of the Greek world. He built a fearsome war machine by establishing a professional army and adopting new tactics. He developed the formidable Macedonian phalanx, consisting of rows of men armed with a shield and a long spear, known as the sarissa, giving them a range advantage in close quarters combat. Philip also established the elite companion cavalry, a unit made up of high-ranking nobles and close friends of the king, which often proved the decisive factor on the battlefield. After establishing his authority over the tribes of the southern Balkans, such as the Thracians, through military aggression and diplomacy, Philip turned his attentions southwards, and in a series of wars such as the Olynthian War and the Fourth Sacred War, replaced Thebes and the Boeotian League as the dominant power in central Greece and the Peloponnese. This was the political and military backdrop against which Ptolemy grew up. Like other Macedonian boys, he would have learned how to ride and hunt. He would also have learned to read and write in Greek. It is probable that in 353 BC, when he was 14 years old, Ptolemy was sent to become a royal page at King Philip II's court at Pella, the capital of the Kingdom of Macedon. It was certainly not as cultivated a place as Athens or Corinth. The Macedonians were known for their heavy drinking and tough upbringing, and many of their customs and traditions appalled the rest of the Greek world, particularly that of polygamy, as Macedonian kings married multiple wives to strengthen alliances at home and abroad. Although the Macedonians spoke Greek, they were called barbarians, perhaps because their accent was difficult to understand for Greeks who lived further south. Here, Ptolemy would have continued his training in the military arts, and by the time of his late teens, may have served in the army during Philip's campaigns of conquest, though this is not explicitly stated. Over time, Ptolemy became a close companion of Philip's son Alexander, who was born in 356 BC, and who would have been only 3 years old when Ptolemy first arrived in Pella. Around 343 BC, Philip hired the famous philosopher Aristotle, the great intellectual successor to Plato, at Athens, to come to Pella and tutor the teenage Alexander. Ptolemy would have been in his mid-20s at this time, and while there is no record of him studying with Aristotle alongside the Macedonian prince, learning and scholarship would be a key part of Ptolemy's legacy as king of Egypt. Aristotle's arrival to Pella also points towards the manner in which Macedon was becoming the center of a more cosmopolitan kingdom at this time. It is worth briefly pausing here to assess exactly how we know anything at all about Ptolemy and where the gaps in our knowledge lie. The foremost primary source for the first half of his life, down to the time of the death of Alexander the Great, when Ptolemy was in his early to mid-40s, is the Anabasis of Alexander, a lengthy account of the conquest of the Persian Empire by Alexander the Great and his campaign into Central Asia and India, written by Arrian of Nicomedia, a Greek historian of the 2nd century AD. An Anabasis is an ancient Greek name for a lengthy campaign or expedition. Ptolemy necessarily features in the work. In fact, Arrian used Ptolemy's writings as some of his own source material. In his later life, Ptolemy became a historian himself, though, unfortunately, virtually everything he wrote has been lost, with only fragments of his texts surviving, second-hand, in the writings of later scholars like Arrian. A contemporary of Arrian in the Eastern Mediterranean, the historical biographer Plutarch wrote A Life of Demetrius, one of Ptolemy's rivals for power in the decades following the death of Alexander and the fragmentation of his empire. Ptolemy appears regularly in this biography of Demetrius. Closer to Ptolemy's own time, Polybius and Diodorus Siculus, two Greek historians of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC respectively, both composed universal histories of the world, in which the conquests of Alexander and the wars fought by the rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms which followed therefrom are discussed. Again, Ptolemy and his family are discussed therein. Numerous other ancient texts shed light on his reign in Egypt and events there, some almost incidentally so. For instance, the 2nd century BC letter of Aristeas to Philocrates provides one of the most informative accounts of how Alexandria, the capital of Ptolemy's kingdom in Egypt, emerged as a great center of learning in the 3rd century BC. Finally, as with any ruler who reigned for the better part of 40 years in ancient times, there are many inscriptions on temples and civic buildings and other archaeological sources which can shed light on Ptolemy's reign. Still, it is a great pity that Ptolemy's own histories, like so many other works from the ancient world, have not survived. Back in the middle of the 4th century BC, when he was a young man, Ptolemy began his ascent through the ranks of the Macedonian army. In 339 BC, in response to a demonstration of Athenian and Theban resistance against Macedon's growing influence over the Greek city-states, King Philip marched on southern Greece. In the summer of 338 BC, the Macedonians faced a Greek coalition force at Chaeronea near Thebes. The 18-year-old Alexander commanded the left wing of the Macedonian army. Ptolemy may have been one of the officers at his side. During the battle, Alexander led the breakthrough against the Sacred Band, a 300-man elite Theban infantry unit. The following year, Philip summoned the Greek states to Corinth and forced them to swear oaths to each other and him, establishing himself as the hegemon of the Greek world. Ptolemy was around 30 years old by then, and was a trusted courtier to both Philip and Alexander. However, in 337 BC, he temporarily lost his court position. At that time, Alexander planned to marry the daughter of Pixodorus, the satrap or governor of Caria in what is now southwestern Turkey. Ptolemy was among 5 of Alexander's advisors who supported the offer against the king's wishes. A furious King Philip responded by banishing those involved from Pella. It is unclear where Ptolemy and his comrades went, but they may have been back in the capital by the time Philip was assassinated by one of his bodyguards in October 336 BC. The circumstances of Philip's death were murky, and it may have been the result of a palace coup. Following his father's untimely death, 20-year-old Alexander became King Alexander III of Macedon. His military exploits would soon earn him the epitaph Alexander the Great. The young king almost immediately faced a revolt from the southern Greeks, but he quickly defeated these opponents and re-established the League of Corinth. In 335 BC, while consolidating his power at home by purging potential rivals, Alexander led campaigns against the Triballi and the Illyrians to the north and west of Macedonia. Ptolemy is likely to have accompanied Alexander during these campaigns, since he described them in his histories, and portions thereof ended up in Arrian's Anabasis. While Alexander was fighting the Illyrians, he received news that Thebes had once again revolted. He thus marched south with a force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, according to Ptolemy's account, again transmitted via Arrian. The Macedonians took the city with heavy casualties after the general Perdiccas, who commanded the vanguard, attacked without awaiting orders from Alexander. Diodorus Siculus does not mention Perdiccas launching his attack prematurely in his account, and it is likely that Ptolemy was seeking to denigrate Perdiccas, who was later one of his major rivals in the bloody civil wars that ensued following the death of Alexander. After capturing Thebes, Alexander brutally ordered the city to be razed to the ground. It would not be rebuilt for another 2 decades. Alexander then turned his attention towards the invasion of Asia, which his father, Philip, had been planning before he was assassinated. After leaving Greece in the hands of a loyal veteran general named Antipater, in the spring of 334 BC, Alexander led an army of at least 35,000 infantry and cavalry and sailed across the Bosporus to Asia. He then united his forces with 10,000 men under the Macedonian general Parmenion, who had been in Asia Minor since 336 BC, preparing the Macedonian forces there for the coming campaign. Ptolemy served with the infantry in Alexander's army, but his precise rank and role is unclear. Alexander, Ptolemy, and the Macedonian king's other close companions were now setting off to conquer the Persian Empire. Asia Minor, the ancient name for what we know as Turkey today, had been ruled since the middle of the 6th century BC by the Persian or Achaemenid Empire, a vast realm ruled by the Persians, a group who had emerged out of Iran or Persia in the 550s BC and rapidly conquered most of the known world. Their empire extended across the modern-day nations and regions of Iran, Iraq, Turkey, the Levant, Egypt, parts of northern Arabia, the Caucasus, and even into parts of Central Asia in Afghanistan and Pakistan, an area then known as Bactria. The Persians had even tried to conquer mainland Greece, but were famously repulsed during 2 invasion attempts in the early 5th century BC. Now, after 2 centuries of rivalry between the Greeks and the Persians, Macedon had emerged as a power that had united the Greek city-states. making them a power to rival Persia. Alexander consequently embarked in 334 BC on a campaign, or anabasis as Arrian would call it, to conquer Persia, an idea his father had contemplated before his premature death. This would involve clashes with local satraps or governors, minor kings who ruled the provinces of the Persian Empire on behalf of Darius III, the Persian king of kings, who had just succeeded to the throne far away in the Persian capitals, Susa and Persepolis in southern Iran. After crossing the Bosporus, Alexander's army was confronted by an army raised by the local Persian satrap Arsetes at the river Granicus. The Macedonian phalanxes easily overwhelmed the lightly armed Persians, and the Macedonians and Greeks won the first major victory of the campaign, but would take Alexander, Ptolemy, and many others to the edge of the known world. Alexander's initial successes alarmed King Darius III, who began to raise a large army in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, to meet the Macedonian threat. As the Persian king marched north to confront Alexander, the two sides clashed at Issus in southern Turkey in November 333 BC. While Alexander's army was around 40,000 strong, ancient sources suggest that the Persians had up to 500,000 men, though modern estimates hold that the figure was more plausibly closer to 100,000 men. Again, while Ptolemy left a detailed description of the ensuing battle and would have been a participant, there is no information about where he was deployed or whether he had any men under his command. Knowing he could not engage the enemy in a conventional pitched battle, Alexander led his cavalry straight to Darius's position behind the Persian center. Although the Macedonian infantry came under heavy pressure from the Persians, Alexander did not allow himself to be distracted from his objective and continued his charge towards Darius. As the Macedonian cavalrymen cut their way through his bodyguard, Darius panicked and fled from the field. As Alexander had anticipated, the sight of their king fleeing caused the Persians to lose heart. With the Persian infantry and cavalry retreating in disorder, the Macedonians advanced and slaughtered many fleeing enemies. Although Darius had escaped, Alexander managed to capture a substantial number of the royal entourage, including Darius's mother, wife, and 2 daughters. Alexander demonstrated his magnanimity towards his royal captives and promised to protect them in Darius's absence. After marching south into Syria, Alexander's next target was to neutralize the Persian fleet, anchored at the port city of Tyre. The city was located on an island around half a mile offshore, a natural defensive point. In order to besiege it, Alexander ordered the construction of a causeway to enable his men to attack from land. The Tyrians managed to hold out for 6 months until the summer of 332 BC, but Alexander eventually captured the city by attacking on both land and sea. Alexander continued down the Mediterranean coast and captured Gaza after a brutal 2-month siege. His next target was Egypt, then a province of the Persian Empire governed by the satrap Mazaches. Although the Persians had ruled Egypt for almost 2 centuries, Persian rule remained unpopular, and Mazaches knew he could not resist and duly surrendered to Alexander at the ancient capital of Memphis, to the south of present-day Cairo. Alexander was careful not to make Mazaches' mistake and treated Egyptian customs and religion with respect. Alexander gained popularity by restoring old Egyptian temples, and although he was not formally crowned pharaoh, he made sacrifices to Egyptian gods and assumed the titles and responsibilities associated with kingship in Egypt. Alexander was determined to make a visit to the Oracle of Amun-Ra in the Siwa Oasis, situated hundreds of miles to the west, near the border between modern-day Libya and Egypt. As Amun-Ra was the creator god of the Egyptian pantheon, the Greeks associated him with Zeus, their most important deity, and called him Zeus Ammon. Ptolemy was among the group of companions whom Alexander chose to accompany him on his journey from Memphis to the Siwa Oasis. The party took a circuitous route via the Nile Delta and the northern coast of Egypt, where the king founded a city named Alexandria. After marching west to the vicinity of what is now El Alamein, they turned south and made for the oracle. After consulting the priest, Alexander announced to his companions that he was the son of Zeus Ammon. All of this was Ptolemy's first experience of the land. He and his family would come to rule for a period of nearly 3 centuries. While Alexander was in Egypt, the king of Persia had raised another large army to confront the Macedonian conqueror. When the two armies met at the Battle of Gaugamela in what is now northern Iraq on the 1st of October 331 BC, Alexander was once again heavily outnumbered and employed similar tactics as at Issus. On this occasion, he ordered his right flank to fall back, enticing the Persian cavalry commander Bessus to launch a premature attack. Bessus left a small gap in the Persian line, which Alexander immediately exploited, leading his cavalry towards Darius. As the Persian king turned to flee once again,